Today on Homeworthy, it's all about cozy cottages, and we're taking you inside 4 of them. Each have their own distinct point of views, yet they're united in their sense of comfort. First, we visit designer Kate Toogood's traditional Kansas home, layered with vintage rugs, classic design, and warm colors. Then we're off to Los Angeles, where interior designer Mikel Welch shows us his Cotswold-inspired retreat that's filled with deep tones and lush textiles. Next, we're in the rolling hills of North Carolina at photographer Perry Vaile's mountain home, designed with antique finds, family mementos, and DIY touches. And finally, a storybook vision comes to life in the cottage of Armato and Beau Ciolino, where whimsy and warmth meet in rooms that feel playful and lived in. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story. And be sure to check out our new show with interior designer Martin Lawrence Bullard, streaming exclusively on Homeworthy Plus.
You don't really know a city until you step inside the homes of the people who live there. Architecture as telling as accents, decor as delectable as local dishes, personalities who define the places they call home.
Listen, I like organized chaos.
I'm Martin Lawrence Bullard, and in Live, Love and Decorate, I'm taking you beyond the public squares and into the private spaces at the heart of my favorite cities.
I thought I'd come home.
We'll travel from Los Angeles to London, Paris to Istanbul, and even beyond, knocking on the doors of my dearest friends, bursting with style and stories that go way beyond design.
For you, I will do anything, my darling.
Can't wait to see, I'm so excited. Each home reveals more than just a city. It reveals the spirit. This show isn't about facades. It's about what's inside. It's a celebration of the passion and the personality that transforms a city's houses into true homes. Welcome to Live, Love and Decorate.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Kate. Welcome to my home in Kansas. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Kate Toogood, interior designer, and welcome to my home in Ciolino, Kansas. We've lived in this home about 9 years. We moved here when my daughter was about 4 months old, and it was a complete 1970s gut, but the bones of the home were really good, and it was in the neighborhood that we liked. This was our second home in this town. We're both from this town and high school sweethearts, so we had met in high school and decided to come back after college here. We have touched every single room at least twice. When we moved in, we did kind of those like key renovations of just like updating paint, redoing the flooring. The carpet was like original from the 1970s. And so even having like a 4-month-old daughter, I was like, I'm not laying her on this floor. So those were kind of like our top things of like making it smell good and feeling clean and fresh. And then as budget allowed and time allowed, then we kind of did, like I said, those Band-Aid fixes of just like, okay, what can we update and spruce up that would help kind of fit our aesthetic kind of for the time being until we really figure out what we wanted the home to be or what layout. I feel like there's a lot of benefit of living in a home for a little bit, like when you're moving in, you know you want to renovate, but living in it and seeing what you need, what the home is lacking, how you plan to use certain rooms. And so we kind of wanted to make sure we lived in it a little bit to kind of figure that out. And then over the last, like I said, we've been here about 9 years. Over the last 7 years, then we've been like really just like each year we're like, okay, well, what room are we doing this year? Or what's our plan this year? And so we've always had like a project on our list and a to-do list. And so then we have just slowly started adding kind of those bigger projects and kind of wrapped up most of the construction over this last year. Welcome to our foyer. Originally, how this room looked before is it had parquet flooring, and just white walls. And this that we'll see a little bit later is our powder bathroom, and it used to be a hallway closet. And the powder bathroom used to be over here. And I'll kind of explain that layout change when we get to the kitchen. But ways that we kind of added that transitional cottage vibe that I really like is we added the cased opening. So I really love in traditional homes, I really love how each room can be its own room and have its own personality. And so coming from the front door, I love when foyers have a pattern wallpaper, something to greet and kind of let the visitor in and let them know like what is to be expected. And so I have this really soft floral kind of taupey wallpaper, just really subtle. So, you know, you won't get tired of it, but it just gives it enough little bit of a texture and something kind of charming as a good like first impression to our home. And in order to do that, this hallway that leads into the kitchen, and then we have a hallway that leads to our dining and living room, were both completely open to those spaces. And so there was no good wall or way to transition from paint to wallpaper. So during this last renovation that we had, we added a cased opening over here to the hallway and a cased opening that leads here into the dining and living room. And that way the wallpaper could have good start and stop points. And again, each room could then have its own color. So I love thinking about rooms that if we have a pattern wallpaper in here, then that next room that we go in is maybe a moody color that plays off the wallpaper. And so kind of having that pattern, paint, pattern kind of theme throughout our home that helps feel keep it kind of calm and collected, but then keeps it like, well, what are we going to find in the next room? What kind of charm or something surprising are we going to find? We did lay new flooring. This is engineered flooring and we absolutely love it. This was one of the first things that we did to our home was replace all the carpet and we put wood flooring throughout. And it has held up great and we love the color tone. We have 4 dogs, so it just does great hiding dog hair and everything that they track in, and with 4 little kiddos. And then something that you'll notice throughout our home is I am a vintage rug sucker. I love vintage rugs. I love switching out rugs seasonally and bringing in moods and colors. If you're ever looking to refresh your room, simply switching out the rug to a different pattern or different color can do wonders. So this is one of the rugs that just has the most pretty kind of taupey blue and brown, which are kind of the base colors of our home. So I just love that when people come in, they can kind of see this bulk of color and kind of know what to expect of what is kind of the color scheme throughout the house that we are going to see. Okay, so during this last part of the renovation, we redid the staircase and had a custom railing made. So originally the stairs were all this thick shag carpet, 1970s original. And so we ripped up the carpet and then I hand painted the stairs because we knew we didn't want to put down the flooring or a runner when we were constantly doing the up and down track of renovations. And so this last year we finally were like, okay, the upstairs is done, it's complete. We felt good about putting the wood flooring and the runner down. And so we matched the engineered flooring. We continued it up the stairs. And then again, to pay homage to the traditional design that I love, we added the moldings all the way up, the wainscoting up the stairs, and then continued the wallpaper. And then we did these really pretty soft brass sconces on the walls just to add that little cozy charm. I love lamp lighting, and so having lamps and sconces and little lights everywhere just helps, I think, give that kind of cozy, warm, collected look. And so we've just continued that, and then we added these little brass railings that go kind of against the stair, again, just to kind of honor that little bit of traditional design, but then giving kind of that clean, simple, modern design that I love, blending for that transitional look. We went with kind of a more sleeker black metal railing. Okay, and if you follow me this way, we'll go into our dining and living room. Here we're in our dining room. So this last part of the renovation that we did on our main floor, included in here was, again, adding that cased opening so that we could color drench this room and end that wallpaper from the foyer. So we did this really pretty kind of brown gray. It's called Keystone Gray by Sherwin-Williams Paint. I absolutely love it. Depending on the light and the time of day, you can get different hues to pull out, but it just gives that really cozy, intimate feel that I feel like I really love having within the dining room and then the sitting room over here. And then over here I have, I love collecting blue and white servingware and antiques and vintage pieces. And so I have kind of my little collection of vintage silverware and different little pieces and little matchbooks as well. And so that's kind of my little curiosity cabinet that I keep here in the dining room. And then next to it, I have a vintage artwork that my friend Mama Bird has a little shop that she kind of helps source a pretty picture. And I just love how those blues and greens kind of pull in with the flowers and the china cabinet. And then, like I said, with the renovation, we added the molding. So it used to just be just plain drywall, and it was just a white room. And so paying homage to that traditional design that I love, we added the wainscoting and the molding throughout and crown molding just to give it a more formal living dining room look and just cozy it. I feel like any time that you can add millwork to a room, it is just like night or day difference in how you perceive that room and the texture and warmth that it brings. And then one thing that I love, we changed all of our registers to these like brass registers just to give it more of that kind of classic, what would you see in an older home look. And just changing those little details like the switch plates to brass. Every little detail can add so much charm to a room. And so then taking note of those little tiny things that don't cost that much, but can make such an impact in the room would be a really piece of design tip that I would give. And then if we want to come over here, this is our formal room or sitting room. We love usually like when visitors are coming in, this is a lot of the time where we end up sitting here if kids are doing arts and crafts in the office or different things. But I have, these are like my favorite blue little swivel rockers. I love the little tassels on it and kind of the traditional look of the chairs that kind of contrast with the more modern coffee table, kind of introducing those two different elements to kind of mesh into that transitional design style. Again, with the vintage rugs, you will see them all throughout the house, but this is one of my favorite vintage rugs, the powder blue, the navy, and the creams and grays that you get through it. It's so versatile, but it just looks so good against these gray-brown walls. And the gal I get it is Found Home Shop. She has just the cutest and most unique sourcing of rugs. Just love, love, love all of her pieces that she can find. And so then just throughout, you'll see that I've just like tied in some of those gray and brown color tones where kind of the cottage aspect plays a part. I love mixing patterns. So you can see that all of my pillows have lots of different florals and patterns and stripes and different pops of color with the blues and the greens. I love anything floral. So then this floral vase kind of playing off those pillows, a little bit more kind of contemporary art on the wall. And I just love lamp lighting, like especially oversized lamps that look like vases with a lot of texture. And then just those little like, home, we want it to feel personal and lived in. And so having like, little family moments kind of throughout the space just to let people know about your story and what memories you want to share with them and have those like conversation points that can be brought up. And then this little piece right here, I think her shop is called like Patina Mason Shop. It's out of Colorado, but she goes over to Europe and sources antiques. And so this is one of her pine dressers that she had sourced. And I just love it. And inside I just keep my, I've inherited like my grandma's china. And so I have like these pink and gold little plates for just like another look. Those are usually what I get out like for Thanksgiving using the gold. And then this is like one of my newer treasures. It's just this really pretty marble lamp. And it just puts off like the coziest warm glow, and we just leave it on all the time. And then another thing you'll see throughout our home is I just love that collected lived-in look. So yes, I want everything to feel beautiful and elegant, but I want people to feel cozy and casual as well. And I think part of adding that casual side that's simple and easy is the throw blankets, or having the blanket kind of just tossed on the sofa, and having like coffee tables open and out that you're welcome to pick up and read, and just lots of layering. I think adding a lot of those little collections and then taking those collections and having them kind of in groupings or together just kind of gives something for someone to look at or to study, or to add that little charm to that space. So you're going to see lots of coffee table books, and all of them are mostly interior design, home interiors, architecture, landscape. I just love looking through them for inspiration, for paint color, for design, different, stone and millwork ideas. There's just so much that you can get from like a hard book than you can get from, sometimes like Pinterest or social media, that there's just a lot of that goes into it. And next I want to show you into our office, which leads right off of the living room. Okay, and this is my office. So this is where the cottage on the hill magic happens with my interior design business. And then I also share this space with our kids too. So we do lots of arts and crafts. My older daughter, really all my kids are into drawing, painting, but my older daughter really has a knack for painting. And so we do lots of arts and crafts in here. But during the day, this is where I sit and work on client work and design presentations. And so in designing this space, prior to, like when we moved in here, this actually used to be the home's dining room. And right here, this closet was the walkway into the kitchen. So you went from the kitchen and walked through, and here was the dining room. And when we moved in, this where the living room that we were just in was just one long living room, which when you have kind of long living rooms, you have to kind of divide them into two spaces so that things don't feel lost, that they feel thoughtful. And you'll see our other living spaces throughout. And so we just didn't feel like we needed that large of a living room when we have a few other living spaces. So we decided to not use this as the formal dining room. We moved that to the combo living and dining room. And we made this originally as the kids' playroom. So my kids now are 8, 6, 4, and 1. And so when my youngest was little, I loved having the playroom up here on the main floor because I could be in the kitchen or I could be in the living room and I could have eyes on them and hear them. And before we got to the basement, which the basement was part of this last year renovation, it was just like a dark dungeon. Nobody wanted to go down there. The stairs were unfinished. It wasn't safe. And so this was just kind of the best place to house that. So this last year, when we redid the basement and were able to kind of give kids full range of the basement, I decided to take this completely as my office. And so a few things that I was excited to do was add some like moody kind of floral vine wallpaper. This is from North and Finch. It just has like the prettiest gray brown hues. It goes so well with the Keystone Gray. So when you're like looking into the living room, you're seeing the pattern and then seeing that gray and brown, and then vice versa, that they just communicate and talk so well. And this is kind of that pattern play I was saying earlier when I was in the foyer. Of the foyer had the wallpaper, and then the formal room kind of had this solid moody color, and then now we're in the office. So kind of that pattern and then a softer color and pattern. I love doing that to clients' homes, in our home, where you kind of like, okay, well, what's next? What's around the corner? Of just keeping your visitors' like curiosity locked in, I think is really fun. But I just love this moodiness in the floor. I feel like it really kind of like matches my personality. I have like an arrangement of artwork. So I've slowly been kind of switching over my artwork to like original artwork as I find artists that I love, or different paintings and prints. So some of these are original artwork, like this little cute little kind of cottagey cabin I just love. That was from an artist. And then this little artwork is gosh, I'll have to think of her name, but she does the prettiest portraits or animal portraits out of yarn. And so you send her like your family photo and she makes it out of yarn. And so I got that. And then we have 4 dogs. And so I've sent her 4 portraits of the dogs. So those will be added to the wall. So you have to stay tuned or come to my Instagram, the Cottage on the Hill, to kind of see the portraits of the dogs. So those are to come. So I have kind of spots ready for those when she's done completing those. But just it adds a lot of different moodiness and I love just like paying homage to some of those original artists. Like this artist is from Topeka, Kansas, and she does like tiny little watercolors. So I just love like how dainty that little painting is. And then adding in like the vintage mirror. And then this of course is our frame TV so that I can watch a show or movie, or when I do design presentations to clients, I can show them on a screen. This chair is one of my most recent purchases or investment. This really cool shop on Etsy makes these newer kind of Napoleon-inspired chairs. And so I love the like feet and the little rollers and just the curved arms. Again, kind of honoring that traditional design. And then just in that pretty kind of creamy beigey linen. And the high back. So I'm tall, and so having like a nice high back is like so important. And so I love sitting in here and like sipping my coffee and just kind of being in my little space. Over here, I love having a bulletin board of it's a mixture of either current design projects that I have going on, or maybe if I found a paint color or a wallpaper that I'm like, this is amazing, I want to be able to use this, I'll pin it on here, kind of like a dream board of like, okay, I will get a client that'll allow me to use this wallpaper. And so this is a mixture of, this is one of my designs that I'm kind of working on for a client, my colonial revival project. That I'm still in that design phase. And then I have like a dining living room that's just like lots of airy blues and whites and creams. This little kitchen, I just like loved the color scheme of this kitchen with the island. So that's kind of like my next dream of like, okay, like next I want to find kind of this like creamy white island and then do a little bit color on the perimeter cabinets. And so I love having different textures and kind of different idea boards. And then if you see, I kind of have pinned those like key words of what I would say the Cottage on the Hill, like interior design studio, what are our like pillars or design styles. So I have like lived in beauty. So it's beautiful, but it also feels like I can sit down, I can throw my shoes by the door, and I can sit and read a book. Like I can actually use this room as it should, and it can still be beautiful. But it feels calm and collected, thoughtfully curated. So really understanding like, how are you going to use this space? How's the client going to use this space? What do they need? Like, what do they want to be feeling? So understanding like what those feelings and wants are in order for them, and then taking that like, okay, well, this is the textile, this is the color, this is the mood that they need to get that, ideal picture that they want in that space. Cozy elegance. Cozy is probably like one of my big things, because I just always come back to that I am like, a cozy girl. Like I'm in a dress today, but I am like athleisure, cozy clothes all the time. I'm all about the materials and the feel with the lamp lighting and the aromas, just having all of those senses meet that cozy level is like huge. And then timeless design. So I think part of that is paying some homage to the traditional design, but blending that modern functionality and that modern beauty so that you can kind of get the best of both worlds, so that when different things change, you're just switching out maybe a few accents, but your foundation, it feels timeless and can kind of carry you through. So I love having those keywords to just remind myself when I'm sitting here and working, what is it that we stand for, and having those pillars to kind of guide my design work. But yeah, this is just my little working space. And like I said, I will have books out. I am constantly looking at the way different designers use color and textures. And so having these books here, and I store them all on my little hutch as well, which the hutch came from that same shop, the Patina, I think it's Mason, out of Colorado, and she sourced that over in England, but it's like an old vintage mail sorter. So I love all the little cubbies to put all of my notebooks in, and then so I'll have that, and I have like my top kind of like design books that I love referencing, but then practical storage. So, using like a little vase to hold the pens, and then this holds like my computer cords, a cute little brass that holds like my tape measure. So having that functionality I love. And then, like in the drawers, this is where I'm keeping fabric samples, and we've got tile, and we got wallpaper, and just all my little materials that I can pull out and play with. And then this cute little basket, I added this basket too. These are like just some favorite like wallpaper samples that I have just gotten and trying to source for some clients. So North and Finch is like one of my favorites, and Sandberg wallpaper as well. So I love having the patterns out. Again, just to spark inspiration, having that around I think is great. And then this little brass lamp was from my friend, the Mama Bird shop, and she sourced that brass lamp that I was like, I need something super cute. And she found that, so that's great. And then this is one of those vintage rugs. It's a really pretty, has like blues, grays, and greens in it. So it just plays really well with the rest of the room. So I feel very inspired. I love coming in here. Probably honestly is sometimes a bad thing that my office is in my home, because I'm constantly coming in here because I just love the way I feel when I'm in here, and that I can use my brain in here. So sometimes it is hard for me to shut that laptop down. But it is so nice to be able to balance mom and be there for my kids. They come first, and then the design work just meshes in with their schedule when they're at school or different places. So it really is the best of both worlds doing this. I would describe my design as transitional cottage. So the transitional part, I love the look of traditional design with the closed spaces, the cased openings, the molding, all of the original, character of the home. And each space being its own defined space, so that you can paint it a certain color and there's good start and stop points, or you can add wallpaper, you can add the molding. But then I also love the functionality and the cleanliness of modern design too, so mixing those two. And then the cottage part plays in is there's just a really beautiful like softness, warm, and collected look of cottage design. And so sprinkling some of that in helps just kind of give it its own like unique flair. So playing around with pattern rugs and mixing and matching pillows. I love having pillows that are like really patterned. And then color wise, I love neutral colors with lots of pops of blue and green. I always want the home or the room to feel really elegant but cozy and lived in, that you can just kind of sit back, relax, take a deep breath, and your mind can be at peace, and you just feel really relaxed in the room and cozy. So next I'm gonna take you into the kitchen, which is my like little baby favorite room of the house. Okay, well this is our kitchen. This is my favorite room of the house. Even though I hate cooking, I love designing kitchens and really loved designing ours. And I'm very proud of all the little things that I thought of or came up with. So like I said, we have been in this house for 9 years. And we went through and did kind of those Band-Aid fixes until we figured out, okay, this is how we're gonna utilize this room, or we're lacking storage in this room, or we need this in this room. And so this last year we were finally ready, like, okay, let's do our dream kitchen and just really get it to match the rest of the aesthetic that we had going with the rest of the house. So just kind of like with my clients too, you give a mouse a cookie. So this kitchen renovation that we hired our best friend Braun to do for us kind of turned into a main floor refresh with adding like the molding and the stairway and the wallpaper. And because you might as well, while the contractor and the workers are here, that you might as well, finish some of those other spaces. But so our kitchen was a good long renovation, not only just with designing it, but just the renovation. I was even pregnant through it. And when we came home with our fourth baby, there was just studs. I mean, it was just really crazy. And I'll show you the sunroom. That's basically where we kind of lived during the day, because this whole main floor was just down to the stud and drywall and different things. So, but this kitchen, I really wanted it to feel cozy and calm. I really wanted to feel the warmth and the richness of tradition, but the modern aesthetics that a kitchen needs. And so kind of to start with it all, I came across this beautiful color. So it's called Sandbar by Sherwin-Williams. So that is what our cabinetry is painted. It is just the prettiest kind of khaki beige taupey color. And sometimes with different lighting, it can pull a little bit of a gray hue or more of a brown, golden hue. But it's just really very timeless. And we did our island in a deep walnut. So growing up in my home, my parents had walnut trim and walnut bookcases. And so again, with living throughout this house, that is like what I'm drawn to. I'm drawn to those dark hues and the traditional kind of feel and cozy feel. And so having a nice walnut island was really important to me. And then the hardware, we did unlacquered brass hardware because I love the way it looks when it patinas. So over time, especially those knobs that have more of those high point touches, they're going to start to patina and change over time. And so you can see, even when comparing them, that they have started already with just even having them with this last year. They have started to change the patina. And I think that I just love how that kind of tells that family story, how you're living, and the imperfectness of that coloring that it gives off. And then the backsplash, we did a Zellage tile. So they're each like handmade and have so much color variation, texture, size. Our best friend Braun installed it, and it was definitely a labor of love. He mitered the corners around the window, and I think every interior designer will appreciate his work. Instead of just doing a Schluter edge, we mitered the corners to give just like the prettiest angle of the window. I mean, and that alone took him days of just doing that. But like the artistry that he has for that is just impeccable. But I love the texture. Instead of just doing, a flat subway, I love the look of the subway, but I love that the Zellage tile, just like some of it sticking out, and some of them, like this one may have a little bit of a green hue, and this one may have a little bit of a brown and then cream, that it just plays off and gives so much warmth and different color throughout. And then our countertops are quartzite Taj Mahal. So it has just the prettiest of all the colors. So it's got some cream, it's got some gray, it's got some brown, kind of some more golden brown hues. So it just works really well if you're doing a kind of warm themed kitchen. This is it's a natural stone. It's extremely durable, very stain resistant. So I recommend it to all my clients who are maybe afraid of marble or have a lot of kids or are messy cookers or different things, that this is like a great option. And quartzite can come in so many different color variations. And so when doing the sink, I love the look of the farmhouse sink, but I was ready to just put a little bit more of a modern flair to it. And so we decided to carry the quartzite to the front to give that sink apron. And I just love the way that it looks and how the veining, you can track it from the countertop and the veins follow all the way through. I was extremely adamant about doing that, and the countertop place was like, I don't know. They were very worried about the weight and different things. And I was like, look, here's some Pinterest pictures. People do it. It's capable. Let's brainstorm and figure out how to do it. And so it definitely was a collaboration of figuring it out, that this stone shop hadn't done it before, and now they have. And I'm sure they've done it now because they feel more confident. So definitely like challenging your contractors or different vendors. It's a collaboration. It's fun. Give them, the creativity and the spark to figure things out and work with them is something I love doing. And then with the window ledge here, I decided let's go ahead and put the quartzite up there. So we had them cut a little piece of quartzite for above the sink for the window ledge. Not only does it waterproof it a little bit better, but it just helps kind of blend that in. So the stone and the quartzite are the kind of the star for the window versus having like white trim. And then I love cafe curtains. So I think kitchens or little bathrooms, that it just adds so much charm. So that's where that like cottage love I love, and having that pattern play. So I did a nice little stripe here, and having these cute little clips. Again, it's like really just the tiny little things that can add so much charm. If I were to just have like normal rings, it would not give you the same charming, like playful look than like those little clips. I'm like, anything miniature anyway, I'm like geek out over. I just love all the little things. And we did a polished nickel sink faucet. So I love polished nickel and unlacquered brass. So usually kind of my go-to method for clients is do your faucets, your plumbing in polished nickel, and then let's do your hardware in unlacquered brass. So then if you do get tired of different finishes or everything, like your hardware is so much easier to switch out than your faucets, and polished nickel is just like a really good timeless classic, and it has such a pretty warmth to it, that really can go with almost any other metal. And so that's what we did there. And then doing a little sconce. That was something I advocated. My electrician was like, let's just put a can light there. I'm like, absolutely not. We need something cute. So having a little vintage inspired pendant was really important to me. That just having this whole little kind of kitchen sink vignette, I feel like it adds so much charm. And then above this, so our cabinetry we had custom made. They're out of Marysville, Kansas. It's called Custom Woods. And you can customize literally every size detail that you needed. But we really had to go that route because up above in these cabinets is our plumbing from our master bathroom. That really had to stay there. And I did not want to have just a soffit. I wanted our cabinets to be to the ceiling. So we had our cabinet maker make these custom cabinets up top. And so the cabinets are functional. We can store stuff below, but the pipe runs all the way through these first 4 cabinets. And so it is just like a nice way to kind of hide it and make it all pretty. And then, like I said, usually like in this one, we'll store like the secret Halloween candy that like the parents want to keep. We'll store up there that our kids, don't know that we hide up there, or, your scissors or whatever that you don't want little kids to get into. And then adding these little latches, again, you could have just simply put little knobs, but being very intentional with your design and really like curating that look that you want people to feel. And so having some little kind of cottage inspired latches was like really important to me, that I was like, it has to be these latches. Let's figure out how to make it work. But I'm very, very happy with that. And I feel like when you look at the kitchen, if you were to imagine those not being there, like they just add so much to the kitchen. And I carried the latch down here to the little sink cabinet as well. Over here, we carried the quartzite up as the backsplash. So I love kind of mixing and matching. As you can see, I didn't do the quartzite, on this side, but we moved it up on the wall on this side. Again, for something kind of different, something unexpected. I think is a really great kind of interior design trick of like, well, what's something that they wouldn't expect, or what's something that's not necessarily symmetrical, like playing against some of those rules. So we took our countertop up the wall, and then we gave a little ledge. So this was also something that the countertop shop had not done yet. And they were almost not gonna let me, but I was like very adamant, like, no, I wanna do this ledge. I've seen it, I know it can be done. Let's figure out how can we support the weight of this stone and what we need to do to make it. And so this ledge is about 4 inches deep that's sticking out from the wall, but total they did about 6 inches. So when we had this all down to studs, our contractor built kind of a shelf inside. So we have about 2 inches of the stone inside the drywall supported by these metal braces, and then the 4 inches are out. So that helps kind of support that weight in case, your contractor is like, how do they do that? That's how we did it, and it has worked great. And I just love putting kind of our day-to-day items. So we have like a bowl full of fresh eggs. Our friends have chickens, and so we get eggs a lot from them, and your salt and pepper that you're grabbing. And then like your little butter dish. So just having those little things that kind of tell your family story of like, this is what we do in the morning, this is what we grab for, I think adds so much to a room, and understanding that person. You want someone to walk into the room and be able to understand like, oh, that is Kate, that's what she likes, or this is what she does, or like home is such like an intimate part of someone. And so inviting that person in and seeing and learning their story, I think is huge. Our hood, we had the cabinet makers make a custom hood as well. And this is painted in pure white by Sherwin-Williams. So I did want to have a different color from the cabinets to kind of do a little bit separate pop for this wall. And then these sconces are from Visual Comfort. Really love the kind of warm glow that they put off as well. And I love the look when you have sconces in the kitchen. I think having lots of light in the kitchen between cabinetry light, pendants above the sink, the island, your sconces. And then I am a sucker for having a kitchen lamp. I think almost any room could have a lamp. Like if you can put a lamp in a bathroom, I love lamps in like unexpected places because of the warm glow, the pattern play. You can play with the lampshade and the texture of the base. It can just add so much. And we did paneled appliances. So that was another part of having your normal modern finishes or modern appliances put in a panel was really something that was important to me to make all of that kind of blend in. And then the gas range. My husband is the cooker in the family. He is great at it, has such a natural act for it. So this was like his one non-negotiable was having a good range. And we have been very happy with the Z-Line range and all the cooking that he can do on there. So we've done a lot of like cottage and some traditional aspects to the perimeter of the kitchen. And then on the island, again, I want to add a little bit of that modern. So we did the waterfall island. So we did the waterfall on either side. And that was something I kind of changed right before we were about to order our countertop and our island, that instead of just doing the wood panel sides, I'm like, let's do the waterfall just for that little bit of like modern flair that we needed still in this kitchen to kind of blend the two to get that timeless feel, but then also just the practicality and the functionality of it. I have 4 young kids and 4 dogs, and so using the natural stone to protect the island, like with shoes rubbing up against it, I knew that we would keep our like kitchen stool over here usually for kids to come help and cook. And so having the island protected with the stone is great. So if you have young kids, like I would definitely recommend the waterfall island because it just has been like a good little bubble wrap to the wood on the island. And then these little stools came from an Etsy shop. It's like Home and Kids Co. And they've been great. We love them. They match the walnut color so pretty. And then, so in this kitchen, the original layout was, they had the oven still here. The fridge actually used to be over here. And then there was a peninsula and they had some cabinets. So it was never had an island. So that was like a number one that I wanted an island and a good enough size that kids could be sitting here and eating. We could have all the food out for hosting or cooking, and everybody could kind of live in this spot. The one big thing that we really lacked and what really drove us like, okay, we're ready to do the kitchen, is we lacked so much storage, particularly like food for the pantry. And we explored so many different kind of layout ideas, different ways we could expand and retract. And then the wall used to be a smaller kitchen. So that's kind of what I was talking about when we were in the foyer, is we had to take out this wall and we backed it out. So now we have, I think it's about a 46-inch walkway. So now it feels more comfortable to walk through, that people can be sitting in the island and you can be walking through. Whereas before, if someone was sitting, then there would have been no space to walk through. And then obviously then the storage. So these two cabinets are our pantry. In order to make this happen, if you remember, I had said we used to have a bathroom entrance in this hallway right across from this black hutch in our foyer. That's where you used to have the powder bathroom. So we took out that powder bathroom door, and then in the foyer where we had that powder bathroom, that used to be a hallway closet. So we took the bathroom and kind of twisted it and made it smaller, and made that hall closet the powder bathroom. And then what used to be the old powder bathroom, then obviously is what gave us some space to bring this wall back. And then in order for us to give us some deep pantry shelves as well. So these are completely full of, like, this is like the kids' cabinet. So we got snacks, cereal, all that stuff. And it holds my coffee pot or coffee machine. And then the other one is like all your cooking, all your baking stuff and our microwave and different things in there. So it's been great and has offered so much more storage in the kitchen. Okay, and then right off of the kitchen is our little breakfast nook. So this whole space, the kitchen and the breakfast nook, this is where we are most of our time. I mean, we are a family of 6, and so everybody's in and out. There's always somebody hungry. But this is where we do our eating. We are really big at always making sure that we sit down together at dinner, and we're having a dinner and we're praying and we're eating. And this all happens right here. I love round tables for conversation. And in little nooks like this. And so this is a really pretty dark wood stain round table that can fit 5 to 6, 7 people, that we have extra chairs that we can bring up when we're hosting and different things. But this has been really, really great for our family. And a few things to point out of how I kind of tied it in, because it leads off of the foyer and it is obviously connected to the kitchen, is we continued the wainscoting that you'll see going up the stairs in the foyer. So we continued that throughout the breakfast nook to kind of, again, dress up the walls, because anytime you're like, something's off in this room, consider adding millwork, molding, wainscoting, consider adding some sort of texture wallpaper to the wall, and you'll be amazed at how much that can add to the room. And so simply just dressing up the lower part of the walls just helps it feel connected to the kitchen and repeating some of that in the kitchen. And then I love these little brass rails that you can hold little things. So switching out the stems when it's seasonal is always really fun, or these little trinkets. Sometimes you can hang a little towel or different things. And then, like I had mentioned, I've been slowly switching out like more from mass-produced art to more original art as I come across it, or when the colors are right. And this art, my friend Amanda from Mama Bird source, and the colors and everything just works so good with the kitchen. Then obviously the fruit, it's like, this makes sense for the kitchen. But the brass, the vintage frame, just everything is really, really pretty. But this nook is just a great space that we can congregate and fit a lot of people here, a lot of people on the island. It's just been this was a good investment for like family time and everything, that we're just so glad that we finally were like, let's do the kitchen and this floor. So my career path, I got my bachelor's of science in nursing, actually. So I graduated from Pittsburgh State University here in Kansas, and I worked as a registered nurse for 5 years. And then when I went to have my third child, so we have 4 total, when I have to my third child, my husband's like, you can stay at home. That was always kind of like my ideal goal or vision, was like, I want to be a stay-at-home mom. My mom had stayed home with us. And so I did that for about a year. And then in that staying home, I was like kind of always just feeling that itch of like, oh, there's just something I don't quite 100% feel fulfilled. And that's when I started kind of realizing my creativity wasn't being challenged or being used. And I like get so filled up and full of passion when talking about design, when doing design, when helping others design spaces. You know, I always say, I just feel like when you're having to graduate from high school, and I just think it's probably the era our parents grew up in, that when you're having to decide what you're gonna go into in college at 18 years old, that you're like, okay, well, I'll go into the medical field. That feels safe. That's always gonna be a job. It's a, you know, a good paycheck. But looking back, I'm like, I should have went the design route 100%, because, you know, growing up, I probably changed my personal bedroom like 20 different times. I would do sketches of different layouts. When I would go to my friends' houses, I'd be rearranging their room, organizing their room. Even my babysitting jobs, people would be like, yeah, they would recommend me like, Kate's great. She'll come and like style your kitchen or rearrange your kitchen. And looking back, and then even like the game Sims, I would purposely just play Sims just to do the design of the rooms and playing around with all those textiles. So looking back, I'm like, oh, if I would have just like had that little inner gut check that I'm like, that if I could redo it all, that's where I would go in, would be design. So my design background, I have just immersed myself in lots of different master classes and anything that I can get my hands on, obviously watching Homeworthy videos and just lots of different calls with different designers and just learning and doing all the things that I can. But I think there's a lot of learning that just takes place just on the job site, doing the design and just immersing yourself 100% in that. And then I think like most interior designers, is just a lot of us just kind of have that knack or that eye of like, this looks great. But what's really amazing about interior designers is we all have our own little flair and different look. And so the education part, you don't necessarily always have to have when you have that kind of creative brain or that eye for design, because there is no really wrong way to design a room. You just gotta kind of hone in on your style and own it, and then be proud of what you created. Okay, so this is our family room. This is like our cozy, relaxed spot that we come to every single night whenever we're watching a movie, or we always do like Friday movie night. But the big renovation that we did this past summer was finally updating the fireplace. So originally the fireplace was brick, and it had this really kind of awkward inset. It had like brick columns and then an inset, so I think for your TV. But then the brick was not necessarily like your pretty brick. It had very thick grooves, and so it felt very like cold and kind of minimalistic. Originally, when we first bought the house, the brick was this really red brick, and not your pretty red brick. It was like a red-orange brick. And so to do kind of the fresh Band-Aid fix is we redid the flooring, we painted the walls, and we painted the brick like a creamy white. And we lived with that for about 8 years. And then this last year, then we were like, okay, it's time to add kind of that cottage flair that we want into this room and really get that cozy feel, because that fireplace was not giving that off. And the hearth of the original fireplace went from wall to wall, but it like curved. And then the bookcases sat on top of that and had no cabinetry, and they were just kind of your basic white plywood bookcases. So this last spring, we finally, like I said, we were ready to redo it. So we knocked everything down and got this kind of limestone inspired creamy stone to the fireplace, and decided to do that. So the original fireplace had an arch just similar to this. So we decided to keep that one element to kind of play homage to the original bones of the home, keeping the arch, but then obviously I did not want the insert. I just wanted a nice flush look on the fireplace, but then a really pretty like cottage inspired, just cozy stone. So we got this creamy limestone inspired stone, and the stone guys here in town did such a great job. And then we got this rustic mantle. I actually got it from an Etsy shop that he just cuts these huge mantles, and I stained it to kind of match as close as I could to the new bookcases. So I just stained it, and I ended up not sealing it because I really loved kind of the matte, unfinished look of it. But I just love the kind of a little bit of rustic that it kind of brings into this room. And then, like I said, I wanted to make sure that the fireplace was more linear. It did not come out below the bookcases like it originally did. So we had the bookcases built out of walnut and matched the stain to our kitchen island to kind of keep the wood tones and everything cohesive. And so we had cabinets placed so that we could have some storage for games, blankets, family photo albums are kind of the things that we keep in there. And then we had the bookcases go up as high as they could when meeting the ceiling, and we put a piece of crown. And then I wanted to tie in, I love the look of picture lights anywhere that you can put them. So the same picture lights that we had in the formal dining room, we repeated them in here in that same unlacquered brass. And then in the kitchen, we had that beadboard behind those little open shelves. So I wanted to repeat that element in here to keep the two spaces, since you can see both of them, keep those two spaces kind of talking. And so that is what's on the back of the bookshelves. And then on the bookshelves, again, is my interiors collection of all sorts of things. All of these are interior design. They are exterior architectural books, just styling books, ADs in here. So I have it just filled with all sorts of inspiration that I'm constantly switching out. The books on the coffee table will go up here, and I'll swap vice versa because it's such an easy way to restyle the thing. But then using these as like pops of color, and having blues and greens, a little bit of red, and then kind of just all the little like knick-knacky things I love. So, you know, having some family photos, having like marble bookends, and little like antiques and different things that you source. This little like music box I'll show you in our bathroom, but this little music box, my mom had one that it gave to me, and I finally found another one that like looks like it, but it sings, and so it has a little charm. But I just think that this is so sweet, and it's the same picture that I have in my bathroom one as this one. But I just love how that looks on there, and mixing in a few vintage pieces and things that can kind of help tell our family story. And the little like faux candles that you can turn on just to add a little bit of mood or ambiance to it. And then one of the things that my husband was like, "You are crazy, you're gonna do that." So we had to add like new drywall to the ceiling. It used to be like the popcorn ceiling. And so we had to smooth that out and do, and they refinished the drywall on the walls. And then I was like, "We need to wallpaper in here." And he was like, "You are not wallpapering on my new drywall walls." I'm like, "No, but just trust me," is usually my words, just trust me. And usually, and he'll admit, I'm right. But coming from the kitchen with the creamy white walls, it was time for this room to offer more pattern. And so I love this really subtle, it's like a taupey gray and creamy white, just a very soft striped wallpaper. So it's not overwhelming. And when you stand far back, like if you're looking into the kitchen, it just looks like more of a taupey paint color. But then when you're in here, you're like, oh, it's a stripe. And it just adds that little bit of charm or unexpected surprise. When our wallpaper gal did it, we were short a couple rolls and the wallpaper ended up, what's the word? Like it was no longer available. And so I was just hunting and hunting of like any little store. I reached out to the company of like, I just needed like 2 more rolls of wallpaper. Anyway, I ended up finding it from this little boutique like down in Florida that still had like 2 rolls. It matched the coloring, so we were able to finish it, which was great. Otherwise, we were gonna have to come up with a different spin or mix in another pattern with it. But I just love the wallpaper. And after my husband saw it, he was like, okay, you're right. And then the beams we stained the same stain color that we did on the mantle to tie in with the bookcases, and we left those kind of that matte raw look as well, just to give a little bit of a rustic flair. And then furniture wise, when we redid this room, I went ahead and got new furniture to kind of, again, this ended up being before kind of like the leftover furniture as we were working on other rooms, kind of whatever's left over was in here, right? Because we have young kids, which our kids are still young, but now we were ready to kind of like, okay, let's glow up this room and make her shine. With the fireplace shining, the furniture, needed to match that. And so I love the look of a traditional sofa with the skirted details on this sofa. And so this sofa is from Lulu in Georgia. And just the detailing from the arms to like the 2 large pillows. And then the skirt on the bottom is just so pretty. And it's just in the most prettiest kind of grayy velvet color. And then I just have it layered with, again, lots of different pattern pillows. I love mixing like a floral and a stripe and a solid. It's kind of like, if you struggle with pillows, if you do a solid, a floral, a stripe, you're gonna nail the pillow look every single time. And so I love doing 5 on these like larger sofas. And then I have a vintage kind of inspired end table here. This is from Amber Interiors line. And I just love the little like keyhole looks. And so I was having trouble finding like an actual antique or a vintage piece. And so she had one that was like exactly what I was looking for. So that was like a good investment, and I feel like a piece I'm going to have forever because I just love her so much. These little blue floral lamps, those are actually from, I think it's like Bed Bath & Beyond, like a total random look, but I was trying to find kind of some Ralph Lauren inspired blue floral lamps, and these popped up and I'm like, okay, yeah, those are like the size and the height and the coloring I need, and it just works really good. And then mixing like, this is a little like vintage bowl, piece of pottery, and then a picture, it's my husband and I, just again, kind of telling your story, the little bowl. Like sometimes I'll put like M&Ms in there or different things when we're hosting. So having those little spots to think of guests of like, what could they use or need? And then this sofa over here, I loved repeating. So if you remember in the formal room, I had some legs on that sofa, and then in my office, and so repeating those rolling legs, I thought like, yeah, this room needs that. And then with the room being so tall, having the sofa kind of elevated there is great. If you ever struggle with mixing sofas, so if you think of, you want to have one sofa that shows her legs, so that's her, and then one sofa that sits on the ground and is not showing her legs, so maybe she's more modest, and then your 2 chairs, you can play with pattern or maybe have like a wood frame or a pattern. So if you kind of do those kind of rules, you're gonna nail that look. And then as long as the fabrics and everything kind of talk together, so that's kind of my formula when putting together. And then this is another vintage rug. if you're a vintage rug junkie, you know, like the moody ones are kind of hard to come by. A lot of vintage rugs can come kind of really light and airy. And so this rug, I just love it. It's got like some teals and blues and browns and charcoal gray in it. And it's a nice big size. I believe it's a 9x12. And so, which is another kind of harder size to find, but it is definitely a piece that I will hang on to forever. Like, these will be my heirlooms that I expect in my great grandkids' houses, right? And then this coffee table, I wanted a little bit more of a modern look for the coffee table, but then after I got all these pieces in here, it needed another pop of color. And so I went with this really pretty blue coffee table. It's from Serena and Lily, and it's a good oversized coffee table. That is one thing I love, like in rooms, if you can do like an oversized item in the room. So coffee tables are great. It just helps the room feel really cozy and substantial. And then I just love layering it with all sorts of books. I want people to look at the books and switch up the books. But I want people to look at them and be like, oh, okay, like this family loves this, or this is kind of the style, and it explains like what the vibe or what I'm trying to portray to them. And then I love having them open. And again, I'm constantly turning the page to kind of spark inspiration there. But having these little collections helps, you know, keep your home feeling personal and feeling you. And then these chairs I love. Again, my husband and I are both tall, and so having some random, you know, kind of tall, high back chairs is important to us to like be able to sit back. And so these are great. We love these. And again, I went with a pattern chair in here to kind of play off of the rugs, a little bit more floral. So doing the little bit of stripe in here. I love a floor lamp. But yeah, this room just turned out really good. And I get questions all the time. This is a frame TV. All of like the subcontractors or different people that have been in our home are always like, is that real or not? And I'm always like, well, can't you tell it's a TV? But I think because I just know it is, but it is a frame TV. And so obviously modern living, we wanted a TV. This is our family room. This is where we sit back and relax. And like, yes, a mirror would look fabulous there, but I want to be curled up on the couch in my cozies, in my blanket, watching a movie with my family. Like that is my ideal homebody night. And so having a TV was important to us. And I love that we can now put art on the TV so it can feel more intentional and kind of hidden, but give us that modern living that we want. And over here, this was one of my first kind of like antique finds, was this little black dresser. And it used to be this really pretty powdery blue. And then I ended up painting it kind of this dark charcoal black color. And then I did seal it, but then I just let it naturally kind of chip off a little bit, because then you can see these little specks of blue. My mom's always like, do you want to put like a fresh coat of paint on that? And I think that's just sometimes the era our parents are in. They're like, maybe don't quite always understand no, I want that patina or that look of it kind of chipping off. But I fell in love with this. I got this shortly after we were married, when we were trying to get furniture in our very first home, and I just loved the legs. And it's like, okay, the love of the legs and the caster, the wheels, like that love goes far. And then this is like one of my favorite mirrors. It's actually from Amazon, but it looks vintage inspired. And I just love how I just love the detailing of it and the brass. I used to have it in our bathroom prior to us like redoing this. And I was like, I have to find a spot for it. And then again, these house like the clickers and the fireplace remote. So just a little functionality. And then in these drawers, this is where I keep like a lot of the dog stuff, the dog treats, extra blankets, different things. So having extra storage in the living space is really important. And then a little sconce moment with the little candles. More for looks. I don't usually, obviously with little kids, I'm not turning them on, but just the little look or the little vignette that you can create to kind of tell your story and what you love and like. And then this door leads outside. which it's snowing today, and hopefully you'll see that when we're in our sun porch. But this is another little vintage rug that I love using. Vintage rugs are just so durable. Most of them have been around, like a lot of these are like 100-some plus years old, but just the coloring and the story that they tell and how they've been through a couple different owners, that they're just really, really beautiful. And I can never have enough. I'm like, I need more rooms to put more rugs down, but I have to also understand that one rug here is probably enough for this room. But anyway, this is our just cozy room. We absolutely love this space. So we have, with being local and growing up here, we have a lot of friends, older, our age, younger, that we know. We just know a lot of people in the community. And then a lot of our friends have continued to come back here to raise their families. Ciolino is just a great family-oriented town and community. And we love having friends over and play dates and kids. And so, yeah, that has always been at the center of the home is, why are we wanting to renovate and redo all these spaces? Why do we need more space and make this room? Is just to allow our family and our friends to come in. We host Thanksgiving for our families, and so being able to have a place for all of that. This is our sun porch. So this is the one addition that the original home did not have. Originally, we had poured the concrete. So let me back up. First, this was just a window looking outside of the living room, and then this was all just part of the backyard. And we love entertaining. My husband loves to grill, so we're like, we need a good outdoor living porch. So we poured the concrete with the idea that we would just be building an enclosed pergola with a fireplace. And so after we got the main kind of pillars and the roof built for the pergola, when we were in here, we're like, man, this place is so awesome. How could we only use this during the summer? So we live in Kansas, so we have all 4 seasons. So we're like, how could this just be that? So then we're like, okay, we need to enclose this so that we can be able to live and use this year round, or at least 3 seasons of the year. And so we opted to close it in, and we use these windows. So they're out of Kansas City. It's called Sun Space. And what's cool about them is they're vinyl, so you can push on them kind of like a rubber material, but they all slide up. And so you can push them all the way up. So all of these windows can all be pulled up. So in the summer, obviously with being in Kansas, we have mosquitoes and flies and all sorts of bugs. So having windows with no screens or anything is not ideal. And so having something that had a screen, but we could get that outdoor living during the summer was really important to us. But then being able to close them when it's snowing like today, and be able to use this room in the winter was also a functionality that we needed. So we obviously added the fireplace, so it's gas, and we did the same stone family that we did in the family room, but we did go with another colorway. So I did more of grays and browns in here, and then we did a little bit more of a modern look to this fireplace with the long linear box, and then this is another frame TV, and we just love this space. I put another vintage rug in here, so we have decorated it and staged it as just your normal kind of family room. So when we have big family gatherings, we open up those big double doors, and we have people in here watching this football game and then in here watching the other football game. And so just having these 2 living spaces right next to each other and being able to seat our large families and all the nieces and nephews on these sofas. And then we put chairs kind of behind that sofa table too, so we can clear off that sofa table and people can eat in here. And we have a high top table to do that, or puzzles. So just offers a lot of different options. And then when it's nice out in the summer, being able to sit in here and watch baseball or a movie, but then kids can be playing in the backyard and you can have all eyes on them. It's just really great. And especially like a rainstorm or like when it's really snowing, like being able to see and hear is really great. Just getting all that natural light and all the sounds. So this has just been a really awesome room that we're like, okay, if we ever moved, we would definitely recreate this exact space with all of the windows in the home, because we're like, every Kansas home just needs a spot like this to be able to enjoy those 4 seasons year round. I love most about my home just the overall coziness it brings. It feels like a warm hug, I think, because I've designed it and my husband did a lot of the work on it and our best friend did as well. And knowing how much love, sweat, and labor went into the home, it feels like another baby, for lack of a better word. But just I love the traditional bones of the home and how each space has its own personality and character. But then when looking at the home all together, you can see how the rooms or the characters all communicate and go together. And so, I hope when people come into our home that they feel this lived-in beauty, that it's a whole experience of elegance and coziness, and that the lived-in beauty can happen, and they can come in with their shoes on, and they can come curl up on the couch and enjoy the conversation with us and friends and family, and be surrounded by the beauty, but appreciating the coziness or the casualness of the room. This is our youngest son's nursery, which I just love, love, love this room. It feels very calm and cozy. This room obviously just had like the old carpet and plain drywall walls. So wanted to add a lot of texture and character in here. So we added the beadboard and the little railing or molding up above. And then we did the plaid kind of beigey, taupey, khaki wallpaper throughout. And it just added so much to this space. And then, like I said, we have the same flooring that we did on the main floor. We have upstairs in the bedrooms too. And then I gave him one of my favorite vintage rugs in here. So it's just a really pretty sandy light blue rug. But his room just feels so sweet. I just love, 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 love coming in here. We added like this bookcase. So this kind of houses like all the books. Each kid has their own little kind of basket or shelves of books, but then any overflow, we just kind of utilize his storage. And then I love like Peter Rabbit or like little bunnies. And so I kind of went kind of that route with not being like overly themey, but just like little things here and there that I've kind of sprinkled on his shelves, like a vintage little Peter Rabbit that I'm like, oh, okay, like a little heirloom that maybe he can take. We gave him this little rocking horse for his first birthday. And so I always try to think of little heirloom or little unique pieces that, the kid can take or keep or tell a story down the road. So that was kind of fun. So he loves rocking on that. This little side table is just in the prettiest green. I felt like the room needed like another little pop of color, but I love how the green plays off of this pattern little lampshade, and then again with the little bunny. And then his crib, he got a new crib. He's like the special 4th child, right? But at the time, when he was born, my toddler was still in like the white crib that the other 3 had been in. And so we ended up getting a new crib for him, and I just love this. I Definitely will keep this for, you know, like to have a grandkid room at some point for my kids, but I just feel like it's really well made, and love that it kind of brings that warmth in. And then over here with his dresser, I have just like a little pretty mirror and like a basket of blocks. So he loves holding these blocks, you know, when I'm changing his table or we're getting jammies on. And then his dresser, I switched out the hardware when we made it his room. And I just love how the brass kind of ties in with the rest of the room. But yeah, his room's just really, really sweet to me. He's a big hat wearer, so he loves having his little hats out. And then he's a huge, lovey stuffed animal baby. When he was born, I like got him a little lovey because I was destined to have one kid that was like attached to a little lovey. You know, my other kids kind of like have favorites of all things, but anyway, it worked. Now I'm like, oh, what did I do? But he loves all the little stuffies. And so these little baskets, I love the little scallop detail, but just add a little sweet note. And then again, another little bunny to just kind of add those little fun, charming little details. Okay, so next I want to show you my next son's bedroom. This is my older son's bedroom, and he is your very typical sports-loving boy, car, Legos, Nerfs, all the things. And so I love his room. His room feels very collected to me. His has taken the longest, I feel like, to nail, and I think that's just because he has a wide range of loves, and I wanted to incorporate it all. And then obviously those things all come in different colors, so figuring out how all those colors tie in together has been really fun. On this side of the wall, I have just kind of a fun collage of all of his favorite things. So obviously being in Kansas, you're either KU or K-State. So we're a K-State family. So we have the Wildcat Boulevard. We have the Bill Snyder. This is the fun original dot art from an artist on Etsy that made of the football stadium. And then we are Royals and Kansas City Chiefs fans. So this fun print of the Arrowhead Stadium is really great. And then my son, he likes art too. And so this is one of his fun little arts. My daughter had drawn a little girl like walking with Jesus, like a watercolor. And this is my son's interpretation, which like was really, really great. Like I loved that he did that, like all on his own. And so sometimes he's like, I don't think that's very good. He wants me to take it down. I'm like, no, it is. I love it. I love it. It is definitely a keepsake that I want forever. And then the Kansas, obviously we're in the Midwest. And so honoring that, we love that. And then he's a huge basketball fan. So I just feel like this whole wall just like nails who he is. As far as like what we did in this room, it was just, actually it was wallpaper before, and the wallpaper was not prepped right. And so we ended up having to do new drywall. So we lived with the new drywall and the white walls. And then my husband ended up kind of doing this kind of more modern take on this kind of accent wall, and that we had painted this really pretty green. It's Rosemary by Sherwin-Williams. And we lived with it for a while. And then I wanted to still add some more pattern play to his room. So we put wallpaper back on the walls, which again, my husband was like, are you serious? We're putting wallpaper? I'm like, yes, but it's gonna be way more elegant. So I just did this really pretty like chambray kind of denim blue striped wallpaper. It has just a little sheen to it, but it just added so much to his room. He has so many things, like I said, that he loves, that's full of color. And so having like another colored background that those can rest on, I just feel like really made it pop. It made some things more subtle. So those were kind of the main things that we had like updated in here. And then he got a really cool navy velvet queen bed. So his room, if we were to have guests, then he gets moved into our room, like on a little mattress, and then the guests would get this room. So making sure that we had a queen bed that guests could stay in was really important to us. And then he has so many little trinkets. So he loves cars. So I found this really cool car storage organizer off Etsy. And so he loves that. And then his little brother will come across the hall and come take him and play with them. And then these are some other little trinkets. So he has an knack for baseball and really likes baseball. And so I found this cool baseball shelf from Pottery Barn. And then some of these baseballs, some of them are his, some of them my husband played baseball as well. And so some of those balls are from like his collection. And then again with the K-State and the Royals. He's also like huge into Legos. And so finding little spots to store all of the Legos. So he usually rotates which Lego he considers the most important and sets it up there. And then that's kind of his little collection. And then my uncle, who has passed, made these little bubblegum little machines. And I got it when I was little. And so I have gifted it to him. But he loves candy so much that I can't keep the candy in it right now because he will eat it all. So right now it sits empty until I feel like we can reach that age that he can make better decisions with candy. And then on his bed, I wanted his bed to feel very cottage, very playful still. And so having this really fun quilt with all of these colors, I just was like, that's his room. That's exactly what he needs. It plays with the reds and the blues and the greens, and then doing a gingham and some more stripe pattern. I just love the mixing of the patterns in here. And then he has this chest kind of at the bottom of his bed. So he loves dressing up for any football team. I mean, Chiefs are a top favorite. He's got like baseball uniforms. He also just has a huge imagination. So dressing up to be an army guy or a police officer or a firefighter. So he's got all of his different clothes that he needs for whatever imagination play that he and his sisters and little brother are doing. And then over here on this wall, we have, again, we are a Chiefs family. And so we had framed the newspaper clippings from Kansas City when they won the 3 Super Bowls. And so hopefully they'll win another one at some point, and then we can add to the collection. But we got that framed and let him have it in his room. And then we have lots of books, like football books, national parks, baseball, just lots of fun things for him to look at. He loves, your baseball cards. So he's got a whole baseball, football cards. This lamp is so fun for little boys with collections. So he is my collector stuffer of random things everywhere. So I found this lamp that he could just stick whatever in there. I do occasionally check to make sure like nothing is getting moldy or anything crazy like that. But anyway, so this is just like naturally styled by him, but I like love it so much because I look at all those things and I'm like, that is him. Those are his little things. This was like a little vintage box that I had found that he like fell in love with. So he just keeps all of his little trinkets in there. He's a rock collector, which is what we store in this little box. He's got all these little, who knows what we're going to find when we open this, but all these little rocks and shark teeth. And he painted that and is very proud of it. And so having spots for all those little collections. And then he's a huge hat guy. And so having a place for his hat. So we have a chocolate lab. And so this reminds us of that. But then having like our sports teams. And then again, he's a big sports guy. So having a place that he could hang his medals was really important to him. But yeah, I just feel like this, if you know my son, like this room just like screams him. And I love coming in here. And he's so appreciative of having like the little trinket spots in the different little areas. So that always feels good when your kid's like, okay, yeah, I love the space. So yeah, his room is just really him. So the next room I want to take you in is my girls' room. They share a room together, so let me show you that. This is our girls' bedroom. So we have 2 daughters and they share a room. And I love all things girly. And so when I knew, like when we were adding the 4th baby to the family, that's when the girls had to, my oldest daughter had to move out of the nursery and share a room with her sister. And I was so excited to go all out and to kind of have a new look and just go really into that whimsy, floral, give them spots for their little collections. So their room originally was just like normal drywall carpet. So we continued the same flooring. And my husband had added this little accent wall, and then we just had white walls. And then when the girls were coming to share the room, then I decided that I wanted to step it up. So our hallway is just a normal painted room. And so I wanted this bedroom to have wallpaper. And of course, I wanted a little girly, really dainty floral wallpaper. So I got this really pretty wallpaper. This is from Sandberg. And it just has the most daintiest little beige floral, a little bit of green and cream. And it's just so subtle, so it doesn't feel overwhelming. But it just gives that little bit of like whimsy vintage vibe that I really like, that kind of cottage collected. So we did that throughout, and then we like color matched that beigey taupe for this wall here. And then I feel like every home needs a room that has like 2 twin beds. So having these 2 twin beds, I love, again, the look of spindles. And so doing a little bit more kind of vintage cottage inspired with the spindle beds. And I love having them like right by each other. So did that, and then we put the one nightstand in the middle. And then this artwork right here. So my mom grew up with this in her bedroom, and then she gave it to me, and I hung on to it obviously for several years until I decided, okay, what are we going to do with it? And so when I knew the girls were going to share a room, I'm like, okay, we have to like pull in some of these kind of pink colors and play with that. And so I knew that this artwork was going to be kind of the main point that we were going to start pulling from. So this is really important to me. I love how it's like, you know, broken and different things. It just really kind of tells a whole story. And then the dog and cat, like we have dogs, but my daughter loves cats too. And so I just love that whole piece of art. And then, so with their beds, just kind of like with my son's room, I love playing with pattern in kids' rooms and making them really fun. So I did the pink gingham sheets and then having a floral pillow. And then these little pillows are so cute. My friend Amanda from the Mama Bird, she sourced those, and I just love how kind of vintage cottagey that looks. And then we just recently added these little sconces on either side. So I love lamp lighting, but adding these little sconces just as like that little extra step of charm that I just think is so sweet in their room. And what's great is my older daughter and my younger daughter are about 4 years apart. And so when my younger daughter is sleeping, my older daughter can have that little light on and be reading in here. And so it just works really well to kind of have that soft light for them and to be able to diversify their space a little bit. This little vintage tray I just have sitting here, but this was in my mom's vanity when she grew up. And so another little heirloom piece to add to their room that just kind of helps it feel really collected. And then they have a little shelf too. So I love adding little shelves to kids' rooms because kids, like I said, have all the sorts of little collections or things that are really special to them. And so this shelf is always ever changing of what is important or their favorite. So the most recent addition is my daughter did this little Lego bunny. And so she kind of added that there. And then we have a really cute pottery, like you can go and pick out a piece of pottery and paint it in town. It's called On the Pot. And that's where she painted that little horse. And so that's fun. And then having the cross. And then this is an original painting from an artist of Mary. And so I love having that like a little original artwork. And then of course, florals. You have to do florals in a girl's room. They're just so sweet. And then my girls are all about bunnies, stuffed animals, and dolls. And so this little stroller was what we gave my younger daughter for her first birthday. And so another little kind of heirloom piece. And so we use it to store some of her little favorite stuffies. And then in this basket by this bed is where we store all the other stuffed animals. Because that's what some people ask me on Instagram, was like, well, where's all the stuffed animals? I'm like, it's all here. And they can keep as many as they want as long as the lid shuts. So it is like max capacity there. Over here, this mirror, this was one of my like second or third pieces that I sourced antique find, and it used to live in our room, and I brought it into their room, and I'm like, yeah, this is where it's meant to live. I just love the little detail and the flower up top, and then mixing in just some of their little things. Like I said, with kids with their like collections, she made these little like magnets, and then she's always having a spot for their rings and charm bracelets. Another little piece of pottery, she loves painting. Another little piece. And then this is like this is like my parents when they first got married. So she thinks it's so funny because, obviously this is like 1980s. And so them understanding the hair and the way they dress. But yeah, she loves her Mimi and Papa and the little picture there. I love the pattern play of this fabric lampshade against the wallpaper. And then over here in this corner, this little nightstand, this was my Mimi's, so my mom's grandma, that used to be hers, so that was a piece that I inherited, and it just like couldn't have found a better little spot, that it just fits just right. And these are some just antique books I had found that had like pretty colors and a little flower, and then this little birdhouse my daughter had just recently painted. And we decided just to keep it inside with the winter weather. And so it lives there for now. And then again, with like the kids, adding like little pieces of charm. So I did a different little bunny hook for their purses. So the girls in their bags, they always have so many. And they made these ones. So they're just like little iron-ons. So I think that's fun. And then my older daughter did the little loom. And added her own little keychain, so I think that's fun. Like, that is so cute, and it's fun to style kid rooms with their stuff. And then over here in this little corner is just the girls'. They are just your typical girls that want to dress up. So they've just got baskets of dress-up clothes and dress-up shoes, and then all my kids are big book readers, and so having shelves of books is really fun. And then, like I said earlier, adding those little pieces of charm, so like the brass light plate, and then we changed the register to a brass one to add a little, just little cottage charm, just like goes so big. If you just had like a normal white one, but it's like you add that gold and you're like, oh, it's so cute. So just those little things that are like kind of unexpected but fun. And then this little cute flower basket holds like extra blankets. So yeah, their room just feels really them, feels really girly and whimsy, and it was just a really fun one to design for them. Home means to me being surrounded by those that matter most to me, my husband, my kids, my family, in a place that brings awareness to all your senses. And so, having those familiar smells from like your favorite dishes, and having those visual comforts of like a warm lamp glow, or the little shoes by the door, the Legos on the carpet, and then those sounds of, laughter, the fireplace being on, the dogs barking or the dogs walking around, experiencing those senses, because, later on in life, I know when you see little shoes by the door, it's gonna bring that memory back of, you know, this season of life that we're in, and it's gonna feel comforting and bring all those memories back. And so any place, whether it's this home or another home or wherever, any place that I can be with my family and experience those familiarities is home to me. Thank you, Homeworthy, for coming to my home. I hope you enjoyed it. I have to go get my kids from school. I'll see you next time.
Today we're in Los Angeles at the Cotswold-inspired home of Mikel Welch. An interior designer, design expert on the Drew Barrymore Show, and author of The Forever Home, Mikel has created a richly layered space influenced by his travels and love of antiques. Inside this cozy Tudor cottage, deep tones and lush textiles come together to create a moody, theatrical atmosphere brimming with character and charm.
I'm big on pedestals and I like statement pieces. So this piece looks very expensive and it looks like, you know, it's from an art gallery, but I found this in a vintage shop and it's paper mache.
Upstairs, the intimate bedrooms are accented by charming architectural details and picturesque windows that frame romantic views.
This is where I get inspired when I'm working on client projects, and you know, I just peer out the window and just enjoy and imagine that I am in the English countryside.
Outside, the sun shines on the beautiful garden, perfect for entertaining, cooking, and relaxing. But even in this distinctly Californian backyard, Mikel has managed to bring a touch of English charm.
So this is my outdoor bathtub. I mean, when you talk about the English countryside, nothing says English countryside like an outdoor bathtub. Hey, Homeworthy, I'm interior designer Mikel Welch, and welcome to my home in Los Angeles. Let's take a look.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm interior designer and author Mikel Welch, and this is my Cotswold-inspired house. Welcome. When I saw the house initially, I was just like, oh, okay. You know, it had a buttercream yellow exterior. I remember the kitchen was pink. There was carpet everywhere, and it was just extremely dated. But there was something that just continued to draw me to the house. It's a 1920s Tudor home, and it just had all of the character and charm that I felt would be in an English countryside home. And so as I began to walk the space, I'm like, you know, I think there's some room for opportunity here, and I just really need to lean into it. It's a small two-door home. It has beautiful windows that just kind of open up to the front yard. And as you begin to walk through, you know, it has a beautiful living room. It had this original fireplace. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but I'm like, I think we can do something with that. And, you know, I just began to continue to walk the house. And as I walked through, I just remembered telling myself, it has good bones. And I had to keep repeating that because initially when I walked into the space, I wanted to walk back out. But I just repeated to myself, the space has good bones. And I just began to work on it immediately. I call my design style primitive modern. I'm someone who likes to take pieces from the past and, you know, merge and throw in a few newer items as well. So when I designed this particular space, I decided to go a little deeper and channel my love of the Cotswolds in England. So over the past 5 years, me and a group of friends, we take a yearly trip for about 2 weeks. As a matter of fact, I just came back from the Cotswolds, and I just fell in love with the charm in the little villages. You know, just the way that the patterns are mixed and, you know, the colors that they use. And it's just a relaxing way of life for the most part. And I wanted to bring as much as I could from that experience. So this is the living room, and one of the first things that you see when you walk into the space is this bookcase. I am a huge lover of antiques, and so I wanted to initially put a few items that I fell in love with, but it slowly over time became a space where I began collecting books from all of my design friends like Amber Lewis and Vern Yip. And so now this has kind of become like a shrine for all my design friends. On the top of the bookcase, these are all a bunch of vintage pieces that I absolutely love. This is a suitcase that is from Asia, and this would have been from the early like 1910s, and it would have been used for someone who might have been, you know, traveling across the world as their actual suitcase. And it has these beautiful coconut fibers that have been woven. I mean, the detail in this piece is just absolutely stunning. This piece of artwork I just found so interesting. It looks like, you know, these three gentlemen who are in the middle of this like serious debate, but it kind of brought some humor and joy to me, because I'm wondering what they're arguing about. And I thought when I saw this, I was in a antique shop in Arizona, and I'm like, I absolutely have to have this piece. And so I picked it up. But the thing I love about this area, you know, it's just like the Georgian architecture in this bookcase. I am someone who likes to also pull in the unexpected. So I'm notorious for placing artwork in the center of a bookcase just because it causes controversy. It makes you stop and people want to question what's going on. This is just like this interesting traveler. He kind of reminded me of myself in the sense that I'm always on a quest to travel somewhere, and I just kind of like the picture, so that's why it landed here. So directly next to the bookcase is what I like to call my get ready area. This is a custom bench that I had made for a designer show house in New York. And it's kind of traveled with me. I constantly change out the fabric, but this is the place where I kind of sit and regroup in the morning, like right before I take the dog out. This is where I tie my shoes. And I didn't want to just have just like this plain bench. And so I'm all about like, I'm someone who has lots of neutrals with the paint colors that I choose. And so I like to incorporate color and pattern and texture throughout the pillows. And so the pillows honestly are the star of the show when it comes to this particular area. And I have a combination. Some of these pieces, you know, I picked up at a few local markets, and then others I found on Etsy. I'm really big on makers and people who actually make items. And so I'm always trying to find interesting ways to showcase different designers. I'm a huge fan of Rembrandt. My pocketbook doesn't allow me to have a Rembrandt at the minute, but this is a Rembrandt print that I've had for a while, and I just take that with me. And I just love this cute little window. This is just like one of the smallest windows in the world, but I do get a lot of, not a lot, I get some sunlight from my neighbor's house that's blocking me over here. But it's just a sweet little moment. In my head, it's like a little bay window, but I just like to sit here oftentimes and just kind of peer and look at that picture and almost think about, you know, that person who lived in that house here. And it's like, hey, my house kind of feels like that house. So I do spend a lot of time right here. I do live in an older home, so I have to get very clever and tricky with a lot of things. So this is actually my heater. I don't have the heater on, of course, at the moment, but I like to take pieces of linen fabric and just kind of drape them over the top of the air conditioner, the heaters, etc. Just because with these old houses, it would just be too cumbersome to tear the house up to have actual central heating and air. But I just love this vignette. It's just another quiet moment that just, you know, showcases a few items that I love. I'm really big on vintage books as well. I love like little miniature books. And I love to collect miniature books because it's always fun just to see the little stories that they have here. So this is my collection of books that I love. So as we begin to walk throughout the rest of the space in the living area, one of the things that you'll probably begin to notice is that it's a bit darker in the space. And that's because of the ceiling. So I wanted to keep the original ceiling beams. that the house had. I didn't want to stain them. I didn't want to touch them. And so these are the original beams. And I love how the way that they have been crossed. So you have a couple of beams that have been recessed a little bit lower. And I really love the hardware in these beams. I mean, you can see the plate as well as the bolt. Like, this is the good stuff. They don't make it like this anymore. And so I just wanted to kind of pay homage to the original architecture in the home. This is a beautiful cabinet. It's an Asian style cabinet, and you can see that whoever designed this piece, they notched out several squares in repetition. Everything almost looks perfect. And I love these grommets. It's like, you know, these grommets, oh gosh, it's like these have been here for centuries, but just the detail in this piece alone. And I love the kind of like, typically we whitewash items, but whoever owned this piece kind of did like a pink or a red wash, so you can kind of see the undertones here. And I just love how that pink or red paint has given a new life to the front of this cabinet. Right next to that is, again, huge fan of Rembrandt. I have a Rembrandt print here. And then directly below it, I got obsessed recently with brutalist style Spanish chairs. And my goal is just to collect several of these chairs. They don't all have to tell the same story, which is fine with me. But I just love the old leather and the patina and the way that it wears. Like, this almost looks like it was branded at one point. And I just love how it kind of has these grooves and almost this like wave-like, you know, design in the legs. And this is just like perfection for me. So I absolutely love this piece. As a matter of fact, I found it at the Pasadena Rose Bowl flea market, and I like literally picked it up and like carried it on my head to the car. I have so many of those little small moments that I love in my living area. One of the stars of the show in the living room has to be the fireplace, and I did a huge poll on Instagram about the fireplace because I was going back and forth because of the inconsistency in the brick. You can see here at one point this was a functioning fireplace because I can see how dark these bricks are here, but then something happened. I don't know if there was another type of face that was here, but you can see the brick color is completely different. It's a different style of brick. So I didn't know if I should plaster over it. And so you can see here, I did like a little test swatch. And then all of a sudden I said, stop. You know what? This is one of those pieces that just needs to live on its own. It's a natural part of the house. Just let it be. And I ended up using my set design brain. Anytime on a set on television, when we have a fireplace that we're building on screen, we will, you know, load it up with logs, and that's exactly what I did here. And this just, you know, adds a feature wall to this area over here. Absolutely love my fireplace. And then on top of the mantle here, I've just added several pieces that I love. I'm also a huge lover of iron candle sticks and candle holders, and so you'll see a lot of those kind of prominent throughout the house. I also needed to bring in extra sources of light. I am someone who likes ambient light, and I found these really cute rechargeable lights. And so like literally I charge them at night, and these give me extra light. And so you'll see them all throughout the house because I am obsessed with these lights. The main reason I needed a light was in this particular corner is my favorite reading chair, because I am someone who actually sits in the living room and I will read. This is it's crazy to call RH vintage, but this is a 20-year-old chair, and it has beautiful curvature, but I just felt like I wanted something a little more dramatic as a designer. So I took a drop cloth that I got online and I put it in the washer with some fabric softener, which really softened it up. And I just draped it over the top, almost as if someone was about to move the chair and decided to stop. And I think it adds this like theatrical flair. Anytime anyone comes into the house, the first thing they ask about is this chair. And they're like, oh my gosh, where did you get that chair from? But it's really just the drop cloth that's selling that chair over here. So this is my sofa, and I don't even know if I should call it my sofa. I should really call it my dog's bed, because she spends more time on this piece more so than anybody. This is a beautiful slip-covered velvet sofa that I have. It started out as linen, but I constantly change out the fabric. I wanted something that was rich and grounded the space, and I felt like, you know, with the dark ceilings here, that chocolate brown would do it justice. And then I've just done a mix and match of pillows. You know, I've got my Cotswold-inspired, you know, floral pillows. I've got some that's got like a toile background, and then a few other neutrals. I'm a big fan of fringe, and I picked these up at Soho Home. And I just love any type of, again, just like Cotswold English countryside style pillow. I'm all about layering those textures, because most of these items are predominantly neutral, and anytime you have neutrals, you just need a ton of pattern, or else everything falls extremely flat. My design aesthetic is one that I call primitive modern. So I kind of have this rule where for every modern item, I like to mix a vintage item, or at least something that feels vintage inspired. So with the sofa being new, the coffee table, this is a travertine coffee table. Now, I will say this table is new, but it is inspired by a 1950s design. So it gives you the illusion that it's an older piece. But I do have this vintage Persian rug. And so anytime I'm mixing my designs together, for every new piece, I like to pair it with something that's a bit older. And that's kind of how I've gotten my style to become primitive modern. So this is one of my favorite console tables. This is kind of like a staple in all of my designs, because I've had this piece for almost 10 years. This is a beautiful hammered metal that's been powder coated in a matte black. And I have used this in the show house, and then it became a part of my house. But I just love how the metal has been hammered in such a manner that, you know, it looks like artisans did this, you know, in primitive days, but, you know, found a way to make it modern. And then I just housed a couple of Asian cymbal drums on the bottom, where I just kind of put all of my whatnots. I'm really big on greenery, so you will see lots of greenery in this space. Like here, this is a hollowed out wood stump that I have turned into somewhat of a vase, and you'll always see some dramatic foliage here. And, you know, I've got this beautiful modern, you know, ribbon design here. And then this guy is actually one of my favorites. I feel like he watches over the house. So this statue I picked up at the Pasadena flea market. I feel like everything I've gotten is at the Pasadena flea market. But what was interesting is the facial features. It kind of reminded me of an African-American man like myself. So the moment I saw it, I'm like, he's got to come with me. So that's my brother Fred, and he watches over the house. Woo, that renovation process was a doozy. This is the first time I've actually demoed a space while living in it at the same time, and I have a new appreciation for demo, as well as my clients who put up with the things that we request as designers. One of the first things that I needed to do was to rearrange the configuration in the space. The home is really small. I only have like 8-foot ceilings, so we had to get extremely creative. I didn't like where the bathroom was initially located. So there was a bathroom on this first floor, but the configuration was just really off. I also didn't love how the washroom just felt like it took up a majority of the back of the home. So I ended up rearranging things where the washroom ended up becoming an additional bathroom. And then the kitchen, I was able to shorten it just a bit, but it made sense. Upstairs was another area of concern. I wanted to make sure that I had 2 bathrooms, and upstairs there was kind of like a utility sink, but it just didn't make sense. Like, I mean, I guess if you're gonna just wash your hands in the hallway and walk downstairs, okay, fine. But there's just a sink upstairs that was random. So I knew there was a water connection and we would be able to work with a shower. So that part was hard because I had to sacrifice one of my closets in order to create a shower. So after some thought, I'm like, okay, yes, this is the main area where you'll be going to the restroom. Make it everything that you want. So I began to next work on the bathroom. Once I got the bathroom done, that's when things began to gel. You know, of course, with the paint, I did keep a lot of the original architecture in the home as much as possible. So I didn't touch any of the ceilings. Now, when we got outside in the backyard, that's where I really had to put a lot of work and effort. There were pavers everywhere. It was just disjointed in the sense that there were just shrubs and bushes and vines and just all types of fruits and vegetables that it didn't aesthetically make sense. I'm sure the previous homeowner just picked things that they love and they placed them everywhere in the backyard. And so I challenged myself with coming up with a functional and a creative way to make sure that that backyard would be someplace where I would want to invite people. And to be honest, now it becomes a place where I spend 90% of my time. So now we're walking into my dining room, and I'm very proud of this dining room. This room initially started out all white, and I began to like layer over time. So the first thing that I wanted was something visually commanding, and initially I thought about painting the walls a fun color, but that just wasn't enough. So I went online and I found a beautiful mural wallpaper, and I'm like, that's the one. I want this all throughout the entire dining room. Now, what's nice about the wallpaper that I chose, it's a mural scene, but I went kind of with like this taupe and olive green. So it's not just beige. So it has these layers of green that are all throughout this story that wraps the entire dining room. The dining room was also one of the trickiest spaces for me because, as you can see, when I lift my hand, I can touch the ceiling. So trying to find a chandelier that could work in this space, that was a tremendous undertaking. It was actually one of the most difficult things that I had to do. I played with about 4 different chandeliers. A few of them are in the garage right now because I cannot return them. But this ended up being the answer. And what I love are these milk glass, kind of like smoky gray glasses that are all individually hung in order to create this 2-tier chandelier. Directly up under that is my dining table. I should say now is my dining table. This is another antique that I picked up in New York, and it's been traveling with me from, you know, home to home to home. Sometimes it's a console table, other times it's a work desk, and now it's a dining table here in California. Being that this piece is more of an antique, I did want to go a little more modern with the dining chairs, and so I went with these beautiful curved arm dining chairs. I love the just clean upholstery and just the way that the wood on the arms just kind of wrap themselves around this chair. It's kind of got this nice kind of like elegant feel to it where it's not too stuffy. And then that's the one thing I will say when I design my spaces. I want things that are elegant and they feel refined, but at the same time they shouldn't feel stuffy. So you've got this refined chair with this rustic table, and already when you walk into the space, it doesn't feel as formal. And I know a lot of people don't like to put rugs in the dining area, but I do. And my dog, she loves this rug. But I just went with a neutral diamond pattern just because I felt like it wouldn't fight with everything else that you see with the wallpaper. In this corner here, this is a pedestal that I added. I'm big on pedestals and I like statement pieces. So this piece looks very expensive and it looks like, you know, it's from an art gallery, but I found this in a vintage shop and it's paper mache. And you know, I just love to add theatrical greenery. The thing I love about this particular greenery is that when you stand back and look, it almost looks like the greenery is cascading into the wallpaper, and it creates, you know, this like 3D effect when you're walking through the dining room. So, you know, my career and journey into interior design is very interesting. I went a non-traditional route. I went to college because I felt like that's what you're supposed to do. And afterwards, I ended up with a degree in marketing and did not know what to do. So I remember having a conversation with my mother, and she said, you need to find your passion, and you'll know what it is because it'll be something that you'd be willing to do for free. Well, obviously, just out of college, you don't want to do anything for free. You're just looking to, you know, pay the bills. And so I ended up taking a position at Bloomingdale's as a sales associate. And one day on my lunch break, I found myself in Crate and Barrel, and I had spent 40 of my 45-minute break in the store, and I had like 5 minutes to eat, and there was no way possible that was going to happen. But I had this like Oprah aha moment, and it was one of those montages where I began to think about all things design, all of the design magazines I had stacked up in my home, and, you know, all of these accessories that I had purchased. I don't have a client, they're just things I love that were sitting in a closet. And I ended up saying, this is something that you love. I ended up applying for a position on something that was new to the world called Craigslist. And there was a gentleman looking for a design assistant. And I got the job with him, and we literally staged model homes. And I did that for about a year. And after a year, something dawned on me, and I'm like, I don't know that I necessarily need him. He taught me the ropes. He taught me how to conduct consultations because it was just the two of us. So I learned so much. So I ended up going on Craigslist myself, and I would offer to design one free room as long as people paid for the furniture. And that's how I began my design career and building a design portfolio. I've had so many moments where I felt like this is the one, and that's the beautiful thing that I love about life. It's, you know, every time I think I've hit this big moment, something else bigger happens. Well, during my journey through life, I ended up getting a job as a set decorator on Emily Henderson's show. She had just won HGTV Design Star, and that was my first time I got exposure into television. And I just learned so much about set design. And from that opportunity, I ended up getting a job as a set decorator back in New York City, where I worked for what was the Style Network. Now I am the design expert for the Drew Barrymore Show. I joined what we call the Drew Crew with the Drew Barrymore Show, where I do the makeovers on the show. So it could be, you know, me surprising a lucky family with a makeover, or maybe we're showing someone how to, you know, create a DIY backsplash on the stage. And I've been with the show now since day one, and we're 6 years in. So, you know, fast forward to today, my design career is completely different than, you know, my original world of Craigslist. You know, I have my firm, Mikel Welch Designs, as well as my antique showroom, Mikel Welch Home in New York City. Over the past few years, I've been very fortunate to be able to participate in the Kips Bay Designer Show House. You know, with my design firm, we do projects all across the world. And that's one of the things that I absolutely love. And I've really been leaning into the love of antiques, and so I recently opened up Mikel Welch Home at 200 Lex in New York City, where I specialize in European antiques. And my hopes is to retire as, you know, this old curmudgeon who, you know, just goes to Europe, he grabs his antiques, he ships them to the US, and I can live happily in the Cotswolds. So now we are outside, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I spend more time in this part of the entire house than I do anywhere else. I'm constantly entertaining, as you can see. So when you first come out of the space, you know, I have this beautiful dining table from Azzurro Living. The reason I fell in love with this piece is because it had the steel base, but then the stone top, and I just love that it kind of has this like kind of whitewashed effect to it. This is the space where when I have family and friends over, we're all congregating here, having brunch, having lunch or dinner. And I just love to entertain and have everybody sitting here laughing. I'm hosting Christmas this year, so we will have our, you know, outdoor Christmas and Thanksgiving here. Another thing that people absolutely love is the garden area. This is my garden table, and again, I said, you know, I love things that aren't perfect. This is a really old vintage table that a friend gifted to me that was her grandfather's, and it's like over 100 years. It's falling apart in some places, but I love it. It just has all the patina, it has all of the character, and I actually plant a nice number of my fruits and vegetables in this space. I went out and I picked the baskets, but it was important for me just to, you know, hold this piece here at the home because it is my friend's. And I just like to bring in things that make sense for me. You know, I make a lot of cocktails that have mint and or, you know, lavender. And so you'll see a lot of that on this table. Now, there's definitely an elephant in the room, and I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about it. So this is my outdoor bathtub. I mean, when you talk about the English countryside, nothing says English countryside like an outdoor bathtub. I took a trip to the Soho farmhouse and they have outdoor baths, and I'm like, you know, when it's my turn to design my house, I want an outdoor bathtub. So I found this beautiful cast iron tub at Kohler, and they work with me to you know, put this piece out here, and then I work with Timber Tech to make sure I could build a structure that could house the piece. And literally, I take a bath every morning. I come out here, I listen to my classical music before I start my day. And this is where I spend so much of my time. And it's so funny because it started out as just a bathtub, but now when I host, we fill the bathtub with ice and we'll put our champagne and whatnot here. So this is definitely one of the main features of the backyard that I just absolutely love. I take a bath every day. Now we're in kind of my like pebble garden, as I like to call it. When I first got to the house, this was nothing but like shrubs everywhere. So I ripped up the shrubs, I removed all of the pavers, and I laid out all of the pebble so that I could create a living area. Again, this is from the company Azzurro Living. And the thing that I loved about the design of all of their pieces is they kind of had this like traditional welding to them, but the boxy frame made it extremely modern. And I sit out here, again, I read a lot, and this is where me and my friends kind of congregate and, you know, have a couple of quick bites before we have dinner. But this is another area that was like key for me. I wanted to have like a living area outside that felt comfortable and inviting. This is a place where I can come, I can do a little work, and I feel like I'm on vacation. I literally feel like I'm in the English countryside when I'm sitting here. I'm looking at, you know, the beautiful herb garden. I can see the bathtub. This is just like the prime seat when you're here in the backyard. So now we're entering the kitchen. This is probably one of the most difficult spaces that I had to tackle when designing the home. It's a really small, narrow kitchen, and you can only do so much. I'm someone who loves to cook. So as you can see, I have this massive refrigerator. I work with Heston Corporation, and they do commercial grade appliances, and because I love to cook, I'm like, I want the good stuff, and I just need to figure out how to make everything else like kind of work around that. So you can kind of see with the cabinetry here, I went with really light cabinets. I felt like trend-wise, this is on par with the design world right now. I know we used to do darker cabinets, but now everything is beginning, you know, to be a bit lighter. I did do a Carrera marble finish for the countertops as well as the backsplash all throughout the kitchen. And initially I was trying to thought about doing upper cabinets, but I felt like it would just be too bulky in the space. So I opted for shelving. Once I put the shelves up, to me, it just didn't do it. It just wasn't enough. And so I went back and I added this custom brass railing just to give the shelves an elevated feel. This is kind of like my drink station. You know, I make my espresso every morning here, make myself a cocktail. I love a coupe glass. And so I like to make myself a nice Manhattan at night over here. And, you know, with me doing a lot of, you know, cooking and entertaining, I needed an area where I can place a nice portion of my dishes. So I store a lot of my dishes here, things for grabbing to get a party ready. And yeah, this is just kind of like my small station. As you can see, this is a really tiny kitchen. So I just have to totally take advantage of any prep space that I have. Like, this is my main prep space here. But I think I did a really smart job on configuring, you know, this kitchen. Here I've got, you know, the hood and of course the range. And I just love the detail in this Heston stove, as well as the refrigerator here. It almost feels like an expensive car when you touch this. So I cook so much here. I added a pot rack. It's something, again, going back to that English countryside charm. I wanted a vintage style pot rack. I use it every day. I hang all of my items up here. And then, of course, you know, another small prep area for me to get things ready. I have the world's smallest pantry that I will not show you, but just know that it's back here. I got some custom fabric from Belgium, and I had the workshop create drapes for me so that I can hide my pantry as well as my new washer and dryer, which are stacked right here. And I thought this was a better use of the space in the kitchen because, like I said before, I'm about to take you to the bathroom, and this used to be a huge washroom, but I just think it's unnecessary. So when you look at the ceiling, once again, trying to stay true to the home and the natural architecture, I kept all the original beams. We added, of course, you know, in between each one of the beams, we did drywall, but I tried to save as much as I could, even the structural beam that needed to go through the top of the refrigerator. So again, every place that I could, I tried to keep these things as natural as possible. And you can see, like, a lot of these original wood beams, they're not perfect. And that's the thing that I like about this home. The things aren't perfect. They all have a little story to tell. So this is what I like to call my guest bathroom. And this originally started out as a washroom. So this is where the washer and dryer were. And it was just this huge washer and dryer area. And I'm just like, this just does not make sense for me. So what I ended up doing was taking the bathtub that was just, you know, behind here, and I transitioned that into this area here. We took the washer and dryer and put that into the kitchen. Now, I wanted to have a little fun in this space, so I did color drenching, and I did this beautiful color called Apollo Blue by Benjamin Moore that I did from ceiling to floor. And then I broke it up a little bit. I worked with Cosentino, and we did this beautiful, like, Carrera style marble that wraps the entire side of the tub. And this is where guests come and, you know, they take a bath, they relax, and I have a pocket door which separates the kitchen from the bathroom. This here, this cabinet is actually a favorite of mine. This cabinet has been retrofitted. The cabinet is from Our House Furniture, and I took a trip to the Netherlands, and I ended up getting this fabric from, I think it was Amsterdam, where I found this fabric. And I had it pleated and turned into miniature drapes. And this is now my kind of like medicine cabinet. And this is where, you know, medicine cabinet. I hide all of my extra blankets and sheets, and it's just a nice purposeful piece that I love here. You know, again, someone who loves to bring in the old and the new. I have this kind of like 1940s, 30s Art Deco inspired light, and this is actually from my friend Shay McGee of Studio McGee, who wrote the foreword to my book. I wanted to support her collection, and I just love how this light kind of like cascades this fun design at night. So this right here was kind of like the star of the show, and I also love that when you're standing in the dining room, you can see it, you know, it's like this halo right over the cabinet here. So this is another portion of the bathroom here. I went with a Shay McGee again. This is a sink basin that she made for Kohler. I wanted to kind of play off of brass. I have a lot of stainless steel throughout this home, but I wanted to add some brass elements here. I love this kind of like vintage globe style light, and I thought this was just like the perfect way to frame this small area. But I'm also in love with the fluting that you see on the front of this unit here. It kind of modernizes what already feels like a lot of vintage items, you know, with the vintage style paintings that I have on the wall. I'm someone who does enjoy an art gallery wall, and it's still growing, so it's not finished. I like to let pieces evolve over time, and so I'll just keep collecting and adding to this wall until I get it to a place where I absolutely love it. But most importantly, I'm in love with the color drenching in this space, and I wanted to keep the drapery pretty light in this space. So I just did a flax linen. I work with the shade store, and they did all the shades in the house, and I just love how you know, this relaxed room and shade just gives a casualness to the bathroom. So before I take you upstairs to see the rest of the house, I want to show you my gallery wall, which I have fallen in love with. So a big part of what I do in the antique world is collect artwork, and I try to find pieces that I absolutely love that are really interesting. Like I love this piece because it has this like octagonal shape, which is you know, something that's not really prevalent now. But I have all of these interesting pieces that I've collected along the way. I do leave a couple of empty spots because I want this wall filled with things I love, and if I don't love it, I just will not pick it up. So this wall is filled with, you know, just many things I picked up. This is a piece of artwork of the Luxembourg Bridge, and it's really heavy. It's like a metal plate that's been framed, and I take this everywhere that I go. So as soon as you get to the top of the stairs, you find yourself in my bedroom. So I wanted this space to, again, have that English countryside kind of collective feel. I went with, you know, the original shiplap design. Now, it used to be a really dark kind of cherry red color, but I was just not a fan. So I did paint this entire space, but you can see just the angles in this space. Literally, this is like the architecture of the home. I have to watch myself because sometimes I might hit my head in certain spaces. But I've got a lot of artwork, again, creating that same kind of gallery wall look, but on the walls here. I wanted a vintage style headboard, so I went with a metal frame here, and it just reminds me of the bed that my grandparents probably would have had. And I just have a fun couple of accent pillows here. And I'm someone who kind of likes a hotel bed, so I keep everything nice and layered. I don't like things that are matchy-matchy per se, so I do have on the left side here an antique piece that serves as a nightstand. It's actually a storage cabinet from England. And then on the right side here, another vintage piece that I picked up locally. And I just love how they're not exactly the same wood tones, but they still tell the same story. I also love these swing arm pharmacy sconces. These are from Ralph Lauren. And again, I've used these in a couple of designs, and now they're here in my home, and I absolutely love them. I don't have a lot of pattern per se in the house or in the room. And so when I was working with the shade store, I went with this kind of like soft plaid pattern, and it has this plum undertone in the weaving of the fabric here. And I felt like this created kind of like an accent wall when you're looking at my bed. Right next to the bed is a seating area where I do a lot of my work. This is my kind of drafting table. And I found this vintage piece here in Los Angeles, as well as the chair. And I just like to peer out the window. This is where I get inspired when I'm working on client projects. And, you know, I just peer out the window and just enjoy and imagine that I am in the English countryside. So the bathroom is very tricky, or was very tricky. So originally, this used to just be a weird washroom. There was a sink here as well as a couple of shelves. So I don't really know what the purpose was, but I decided this would be a perfect place for me to make an additional bathroom. And so I ended up having to sacrifice the closet in the guest bedroom in order to build out and make a shower. So I wanted to go with like a monochromatic theme, and as you can see, I went with this like really soft sage green that I did for the walls, and then I matched it as best as possible with the tile. And then I wanted to go old school. You know, this is an older home, and so I kind of wanted to play back into that old school kind of like 1930s character. And so I went with this black and white kind of like checkered design here. This is also a favorite piece of mine. I've always been in love with sinks that have, you know, that kind of like pedal base here. And so I got this piece in particular from Kohler, and it's just been a dream of mine because every hotel that I go to that is of this style, they always had it, and I absolutely love my bathroom. This is like one of the first spaces that I actually painted. Actually, I painted this room by myself. This is one of the first places that I tackled when we remodeled the house. People always ask me if I can shower here, but yeah, I can fit. I can fit. It works. When people first walk into this home, I want them to feel like you're in a cozy, non-stuffy environment. This should be a space that's a retreat from the crazy world of Los Angeles. You know, when you walk into my home, I want it to feel like you've been transported to the countryside. And there's something for me that's relaxing about the countryside, just because you don't have the hustle and bustle, the loud noises from, you know, just urban city living. And that's what I want people to feel as soon as they walk through that door. For me, the word home means sanctuary. This is a place where you can let your hair down. You don't have to think about the world. You can just be you, and you are accepted. And home is a place that is sacred. You know, this is your safe haven from the rest of the crazy world.
What's the password? I'm just kidding. Come on in, Homeworthy. I'm Perry Vaile, and welcome to my beautiful home in Burnsville, North Carolina.
Today we're in Burnsville, North Carolina, visiting photographer and historian Perry Vaile at her mountain home, a new build so rooted in the past, it feels as though it has stood here for generations. Perched high above the mountains with a breathtaking, once-in-a-lifetime view, Perry and her family built this house from the ground up, designing it around historical precedent and Appalachian materials so it would feel timeless from day one. Inside, antique finds, family mementos, and layers of needlepoint mingle with hand-painted details and thoughtful DIY touches. The kitchen was inspired by her grandmother's house, with a dining table at its center to gather everyone close, and in that space especially, Perry leans into the idea that even the smallest details can carry the biggest stories.
One of the things that I've done in this room is I really made these chairs our own. So I've added a lot of folk art to the edges. So I have all of these little details, and then also on the backs of them, I have little hand-painted tulips. So the tulips for me and my daughters have always been a representation of the three of us. So I have two girls, and we call ourselves the Tulips. So we have a handshake and everything, which I won't show you because it's secret, you're not allowed to know it. But incorporating the tulips into this space is just another way to lean into the storytelling that you can do in your home, and it's something that I've really enjoyed.
For Perry, home is about honoring the past while living fully in the present, creating a place where history, family, and a sweeping mountain view come together to shape the memories her children will carry for generations. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Perry Vaile, and welcome to my home in Burnsville, North Carolina. We had been looking for a long time. It was kind of my dream to be near a river, and that was really my only expectation, my only wish is just to be near a river. It was kind of like the long-term life goal. And as we looked all over really the North Carolina mountains, we looked in all these different towns and counties around Asheville. And my husband found Burnsville because it had so many rivers. And he's like, okay, we've got options here. And so we were led here, but after a few really sort of interesting situations, one of which where we found out that the river lot we were under contract for ended up being at hazard for flooding and mudslide risk. We kind of had somebody that told us it's not safe. And so we went to mountaintop. So we started looking for high elevation places, and we found this location sort of on an off-brand realtor website. The photos were actually not even facing the view. They were facing the land itself, which is wild to me because the view is one of the most incredible things. So we found our way here, and even though it did not have a river, it was so beautiful that it was one of those things where I didn't even plan to build a house. Like, we initially were looking for homes that we could buy, couldn't find any, we're looking for rivers. I kind of was led so far down the path that I wanted, but when I saw the view, it was like I didn't have any choice. Like, this was like, I have to make this happen because this is kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. I felt like it was priced really well. And so we were like, okay, we're doing it. We're building a house. And we built the house, and we ended up actually building a man-made stream to kind of get me the river that I really wanted. So yeah, we found our way here and we love it. All right, so this is my sunroom. It is probably one of my favorite rooms in the house. And initially on the original design, this was actually a dining room space, but it was really important to me for our dining room to be in our kitchen. It was something that my grandma had that I really wanted to have for myself. So that means that this room was kind of whatever I wanted it to be. And so I was inspired a little bit by the historic keeping rooms that are just off kitchens where people can kind of sit and be social. And so in this space, as a reader, somebody who reads between 65 and 80 books a year, I was like, I want a mini library. I want it to be cozy. I want to kind of be wrapped up in the natural world around me. But in our winters, you know, I need a space to feel like I'm outside, but not actually be outside, because it's not the most enjoyable thing this time of year. So this space, I really tried to bring in the natural world, the trees, just the feeling of being outdoors while I was cozy in this sort of library setting. This library bookshelf, I saw the color at a place actually in Epic Universe. One of my friends is there a lot, and so we were there, and I saw this one scene that had this purple, and I took a picture of myself and my daughters in front of it, and I was like, that's the color of the bookshelves. Like, that's what I need. It's this really beautiful purple eggplant, and this is actually Velvet Plum by Wise Owl. So I've kind of covered over it, and I hand added all of this stenciling because the aesthetic of kind of folk art really spoke to me. I love the whimsy of it and just the personality that it brings. So I kind of came up with this motif of blackberries because they're just a very beautiful symbol to me. This home, and actually this room, was built over top a big blackberry patch. And so part of the coloring, I feel, is inspired by that. So these are all of these little berries. I've got my birds up here, and they're actually running away with the closest blackberry to them, which nobody else would notice, but is really fun to share with people. And I've just kind of added all of this. And then you'll also see, even though I'm a photographer by trade, I'm an artist at heart. So I got on a ladder for a couple of weeks, it felt like, and I added all of this. It's a blackberry bush essentially, and butterflies, and I just kind of added it coming out of my bookshelf for a little bit of romance and fun. And it took a long time, and certainly halfway through, I was like, what am I doing? Like, is this what they went through to do the Sistine Chapel, as I stared up at the ceiling for so long? But it's just been so rewarding, and it's something that I can really share with people, and it just shows a little bit of, I don't know, the things that I think are really beautiful in this space. I also added some various blackberry flowers around this border. My husband, of course, when I come up with an idea and I'm like, I want to paint this, or I want to paint that, the first few times I started saying it, he was like, I'm sorry, you're in your 30s, you want to paint the house? Like, I'm not sure. He didn't have the vision that I had at first, but I just really feel like it adds so much to the fun of the house, and it's just such a conversation starter, especially when I tell people I did it myself. You know, it's not like I'm the best artist in the world, but I think one of the things is people are so afraid to add these extra touches to their home. You know, maybe it'll feel silly or juvenile, and I don't know, I think that taste, there's no rules for good taste. Like, it's really just a reflection of who you are, and what makes you happy is really what you should surround yourself with in your home. So we have that. And this right here is actually a divining rod. One of our friends in the Appalachian Mountains comes from a long line of people who say that they can find water in the ground by using a fruit-bearing stick, and then they kind of walk around and they just give you a good idea of where to put your well. And so one of our friends did that for us, and so I just loved it because I think it's just sort of a reflection of the community that we have here and our friendships and all of the storylines that we kind of get wrapped up when we're here. It was really fun to see a friend who you're usually at a dining table with just walking around the land with the divining stick. So I love it. We did find water, so that's great. And then also over here, so I am a big needle pointer. I started 5 or 6 years ago before it really went wild on TikTok. And I love that I have so many more needlepoint friends now. But it's something that I love to collect, vintage needlepoints. I love to buy anything that I felt like somebody's hands were on for so long, because as somebody who does this hobby myself, I know how much love and heart goes into it. So this is one that I made myself. This is a quote that was part of, I believe it was a Tony's performance about just, it was all of kind of the creative world and making things. And it says, in a world that is scary and hard to endure, if you make art at all, you're part of the cure. So as somebody who surrounds myself with all different types of art and creativity, it really spoke to me. And it's something that I designed the needlepoint myself, and we kind of made the pillow, and I just love having it here in this space because it's just a really great reminder in the middle of everything else. One of the things that I think is really special in this room, I got from a place in South Africa called Wood Wings Creations, and it's a mobile. It's a wild goose mobile, and it's just a little interactive piece of art. When I'm trying to bring in the outdoors, we do, because we're in this big sort of pastoral setting, we get a lot of flocks of geese flying south for the winter, and it's just really fun to be able to have that in a space. My children love it, and it just adds a little bit more personality to it. So I got this lamp. One of our friends runs the New Ray Inn in Burnsville, North Carolina, which has been there for 100 years, which is one of the reasons I love Burnsville so much, because all of the community and all of the businesses and the hotel have been here for so long and still running. So there we found this artist, Ed Doyle with Mortal Portals, who makes all of these different lamps from, I think they're found items, which I love because for me, reusing a piece, coming from the historic preservation perspective and rehabilitation, using items that can have second lives is really important to me. So this is really fun. I thought it had such a fun little deco aesthetic that fit the room. And it's one of my favorite things because it's a piece of Burnsville right here in this room. All right, so this leads into our kitchen. So our front door, actually in the original plans, this was a side porch. So because of the angle of the view, we really had to bring creativity to how we adjusted to how we approached the house. So you actually enter our home directly into the kitchen. And for that reason, one of the sort of inspirations for this space for me was my grandma's house. And my grandma didn't have a lot. It certainly was not, I think, as put together as the space, but it's the heart behind it. So I wanted it to feel really cozy. It was important to me that I had a dining room table in the kitchen. So as originally, I think a lot of people would have had, I think it's like an island right here. I said, cut the island. I want to be able to pull my people together. We surround this kitchen table with all of our loved ones. One of my favorite things is when we're kind of packed in. And I know a lot of people really obsess over, is this gonna fit? And how much room is here? And so much of it to me is about living the space in the way that I want to. So I actually love that this table really only sits 6, but we just kind of bring in and then we have everybody cozied up together and elbow to elbow. And I don't see that as a bad thing. Like I actually see that as fostering conversation and community. And it's one of the really sort of, I think, visual parts of this space. I buy a lot of stuff secondhand. I buy a lot of stuff from antiques. I'm a big Facebook marketplace girl because I feel like I can take my vision and aesthetic and I can just kind of filter through all of the junk and find really special gems in the area. So this table I got from Facebook Marketplace. I got these chairs, I believe from Cherish. They were secondhand from somewhere in Europe, I can't remember. But again, for me, pulling in the personality and the folk art, my mom was also an artist. She spends a lot of her free time painting. And so it kind of trickled down to me. So one of the things that I've done in this room is I really made these chairs our own. So I've added a lot of folk art to the edges. So I have all of these little details. And then also on the backs of them, I have little hand painted tulips. So the tulips for me and my daughters have always been a representation of the 3 of us. So I have 2 girls and we call ourselves the Tulips. So we have a handshake and everything, which I won't show you because it's secret. You're not allowed to know it. But incorporating the tulips into this space is just another way to lean into the storytelling that you can do in your home. And it's something that I've really enjoyed. So in this kitchen, my favorite, I actually think one of the first things that I bought in this house that kind of got me excited, which is such a silly thing because there's so many really high-end, incredible details here, was actually this cat lamp. And it's got so much attitude. I don't know, like this, I wanted to be the kind of person and the kind of, when I'm 85 that would have a weird looking cat lamp. I don't know, it just spoke to me. And so I think this is a way for me to kind of bring in a little bit of the casual nature that I wanted to allow our guests to experience. I wanted it to be a place of a lot of laughter and conversation. And so I just love this little guy. And I literally picture if I'm in a nursing home someday, it's gonna be me and this lamp. Like I'm gonna insist this comes with me because it brings me so much joy. So that is there. I'm sure our guests question me, but I don't really care. And then I have all of our copper. Some of this is stuff that my mom had out in her barn and I had to re-clean it up and bring it in. One thing that I think is actually really cool is this big hood. So I wanted the metal detailing for a long time. It was the thing that I had visioned for so long, but when I bought the metal pieces to kind of add to this, because I'm a big DIYer, everything would kind of have a bend to it. Nothing looked good. And the funny thing about this is what actually ended up looking best is this actually is a gold tape. I'm pretty sure it's an automotive gold tape that you can add on to things, but it was what worked the best. And I mean, it was like $7. But it really added so much to this hood. And this is another one of my little projects and ideas that I came up with. And my husband's like, you spent how much on this house, and you're gonna put gold tape on our hood? And I was like, yes, and everybody's gonna love it, and they do. So it works out. It worked out for me, as it tends to do. My husband has now finally just let it go and let me do what I want to do with the design. This fridge was, usually a fridge is not something that you consider in the design too much. This is one of the first things that I had in my mind that I wanted to get. It's from Big Chill, and it only looks like the old kind. It's just a regular simple fridge. It has an ice maker, which is really key for our family. And I love it because it's not one of those things that you kind of crop out or try to ignore in a kitchen. It really became part of our design, along with this oven. And this backsplash is actually a William Morris print. And I love William Morris. Coming from my background of history, I wanted to incorporate patterns that I felt like if I left this design in my home for 30, 40, 50 more years, that was kind of what I wanted. I didn't design this home with the expectation that I'm gonna redo it in 6 or 7 years. I designed it with, if I leave it this way, this is gonna be how my children's memories look. And when they look back as adults, it'd be nice if this stuff is still here. So I try to use patterns that I thought me and all these decades later would still love. So this was hand done in Morocco. It's actually, I believe it was just a seller that I found on Google, and it was pretty simple. I sent them a picture of what I wanted, and they were incredible because they let me sort of tweak the coloring. They gave me examples ahead of time. So I love it. It's something that I think really is special to the home. It speaks to the historic vision that I had for everything, and I'm glad I did it. So I actually found this at one of my favorite antique stores in the world, the Tobacco Barn in Asheville, North Carolina. I think for me, they're the best place to find big furniture pieces. So a lot of stuff in this house is actually from there. But this was red, and I saw it, and in the store, I was like, I think this would fit really good between our window and door. And I kind of just had to run with it and hope I was right. And I cannot believe what a good fit it is. So I painted it black, so it kind of mimicked our fridge and oven to kind of tie in the contrast. And one of the special things about this, because again, I cannot help myself. I have to paint every surface I can get my hands on. You guys are lucky I've not gotten to the door yet, but that's my next project. But actually over here on the side is the same blackberry plant that I put in different locations. This was the first one that I did, which actually inspired the sunroom. But these little guys up here are actually my children's fingerprints. And my mom, who she did have a stroke in 2020. So for a while there, her ability to paint and do things was really limited. And in that time period, she helped me kind of create this to the best of her ability. So it's a really cool way to reuse an item that I thought, give it new life, make it special. It didn't have to be perfect. I kind of like the imperfections of it because it speaks so much to the story behind it. I love collections of things. I have this big collection of plates. I have these little items. This is my grandma. This is a photo that I took when we first found the land. And these are my daughters. So as a photographer, I try to just enjoy the moment a lot because I'm always there with my camera. But it's so special to have this moment. One of the first times that we showed the girls the property, and it's who they are. It's the little one in the background who's such a feisty personality is on her own with binoculars, like trying to see what trouble she might be able to get into. So this is a really special photo for us. And one of the things that I am not good at, but I think is really fun for guests, is actually these wooden spoons from Heritage. It's a Canadian company, but as we know in the Appalachian Mountains, spoons are part of the musical history here. So I have this here, we have a couple, and then guests can kind of enjoy. Again, I have no rhythm for this. There you go. And so I kind of let our guests, whoever has the personality to go for it, it definitely adds a lot to a party when this is interjected in the middle of conversation, for sure. My personal style in terms of design, I think, is really influenced by my earlier years. So I got a graduate degree in historic preservation. So I thought I was going to spend my entire life around historic buildings and structures and landscapes. And it was just really my whole world for a while there. And then I ended up being diverted into the world of photography, and I followed that path, but I still really wanted to be involved in historic homes. That being said, there's just not a lot of options that fit my budget and fit kind of the aesthetic that I wanted. So what I decided is that we were gonna build something, and I was gonna try to make it feel like it has much character as the historic houses that I spent all of these years studying. So that is the driving force, is does this house feel like it could have been here for 100 years? And that informs, you know, the design, the layout of the house. It informs the aesthetic that I leaned into, which for a long time I called like grandma chic. I was like, I want it to be like maybe a grandma that had some leftover money but didn't need it to be a giant house and just wanted it to be special. I don't know, there's a coziness to it. I certainly lean into like the textures and the materials of the region that I feel like really kind of speak to that. So that's definitely something that I think is the core ethos of the aesthetic for the house. My career path, like I feel like a lot of us these days, is very winding. So I started out full force in the world of academic history, got my undergrad in history. I ended up getting my master's degree in history, but the emphasis was historic preservation. So it was the built environment, restorations, rehabilitations. It was just the world of kind of seeing all of the stories and the layers of our built environment. So I pursued that, and I worked in nonprofit for a couple of years, really kind of earned my stripes, I think, in terms of being in the career world for that. And through the nonprofit, we had a number of events. And so through these events, I ended up photographing them. I studied early American photography in the process of my graduate work as well. So it was always kind of part of me. But I was led to the world of photography, which eventually brought me to the world of luxury weddings, which is where I have been for the last 15 years. That leads us into the living room. So I wanted the kitchen to have a really sort of low ceiling to allow it to feel cozy, like grandma's kitchen. But this one, I wanted it to really kind of celebrate the height of the space. We added in these beams, and I wanted to have the visual details to really kind of go up the length of that. Because sometimes when you have a really high ceiling, all of design on the lower level is great, and then you just have this blank space up there. So I added these little details, and actually I'm gonna show you guys, because this creeping leaf, I believe it's the Virginia creeper. So I actually found these from Terrain, which is Anthropologie's, I guess, outdoor brand. And so I bought them, and they were all red, and I had this idea. I was like, I really want it to look like how Virginia creeper changes colors as it grows. So it kind of starts fresh leaves with red. And so I painted it myself, and I did all of this, again, with the idea that like I can kind of create this on my own. If I have an idea, I don't usually think about how it's going to be implemented until I'm in the middle of it. And so I always like to share that this is a really beautiful vine. It's actually metal, so we don't have to really work, other than dusting it, there's no upkeep. Putting this up is the closest to death that I've ever come because we had these tall ladders, and my husband did it to begin with, but it was a lot of me yelling, left, right, no, 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 that aesthetic doesn't look good, because he didn't see my vision for it. And so he did the high ones, but when it kind of came to this section, I was like, I think I can do this better than him. And so I was wrong. So this table, I was standing, really kind of sassing my husband about how this would look better if it curled slightly to the left. And just for the reference, if anybody's doing anything, never stand on a three-legged table, maybe. I feel like that should be something we learn in our younger years. So I learned a lesson, fell off this table, hit the floor, had to pretend that I didn't think my legs were broken in front of my children. I was fine, a lot of bruises, lesson learned. I can't do everything I think I can. But anyways, it just brings me a lot of laughter when I kind of think back on it. It turned out well, but I certainly, I have limits, and I think that taught me what those limits were. This I really think is a lot of fun, because out of our windows, you see a lot of the views of the edge of the Black Mountains, as well as Roan Mountain in Tennessee. And so this right here actually was a step, I believe it was one of the national parks here, as you're kind of climbing climbing up. Sometimes they have these wooden steps built into the path. And so that's what this was originally. It has the ties up under here where you can see. So this was where everybody kind of tread to go up on their way, on their hike. And I think it's really fun to have it in a home. So the guy who sources the wood, I guess he just kind of picked them up when they got rid of those. And now it's a mantle in our house. And I love that it's not perfect. It kind of has a little bit of variation to it, which adds a lot. In this room, because of the height, this arch, I think, really brings the eye up. And the stone wall we added, we wanted to be able to pull in what felt like local textures and materials. This is a faux stone, but it was the closest to real that I could find. And I, coming from the world of historic houses, I had a very discerning eye. So this totally sold me. I was obsessed. And as I was talking to our builder is a dear friend of ours, Chris Jarrett. We got really close to him and his family through the process of this build, which is amazing because you never know how a relationship with a builder goes, but we adore them. And one of the things I had just mentioned to him when this was still studs, I wonder if we kind of did an arch. Like I just kind of mentioned it in passing. And the next time I came to visit, this guy was installed. And it's funny because it's about 3 feet higher than I was picturing in my head. So I was like, oh, okay, this is an arch. And I actually ended up adding this light fixture because I thought it was gonna kind of crop right in here. As a photographer, I was very into the cropping of it. And it was so high, but we added these light fixtures. And I love telling people about this and I love looking at it because, again, it kind of reminds me of the community that we have. It reminds me of really a friend of ours doing something as a surprise. That was really fun. And I think it looks amazing. So he made the right choice on the height, even if it wasn't what I originally thought we were gonna do. Something that I found as the house was being built that I said, I know I want to incorporate this, is actually a historic church window. It's from a Catholic church up in New England. I think maybe it was Massachusetts. And I found it and I said, if I can't have an old house, maybe I can pull in an old stained glass window. And so if you look right up here, this big, beautiful window in the top is from a decommissioned church up north. And we made we special ordered a round window to go in front of it because it really is not gonna keep the weather out right now. I think there'd be a lot of things coming in if it was just the only thing. So there's a round window in front of it and it's here. And because it's south facing, the light will start to stream through here about 2 or 3 p.m. in the middle of the day, and the light just kind of pierces through. And it is incredible. Like if you're just having a bad day and you walk through that, it's like somebody is speaking to you from above, and it's really epic and amazing. And so that loft up there is our girls like to have little sleepovers with their friends, and we just kind of move the ladder over and they just get that experience, and I think it's really beautiful. And it looks really cool from the outside as well when the house is lit up around dusk. This piece I really love. I knew, again, I was looking for things that would just carry the eye up, and I wasn't as concerned about, does it feel too tight? Do I want a living room with the furniture as far apart as I can get? I really wanted everything to feel snugly. So I actually saw this on Facebook Marketplace for $500, okay? And I was so excited, and the only trick is how this is not gonna fit in a car. So how do I get this amazing piece that I found back home? So I had to rent a moving truck, and I went to this guy's house, and it was incredible. So his house was actually, the ceiling was so low, he found this, I think he was a lifetime antiquer, and it was just something that he couldn't resist getting. It's from Europe. I believe it was mid to late 1800s. But his home, the ceilings were so low that when he got it, he couldn't put it together. And everybody that he that had seen the listing only wanted to buy the bottom piece because this whole guy is pretty spectacular. So, but as a purist, as a lover of antiques, he refused to sell it in 2 pieces. So he said, I was just waiting for somebody to come along and agree to take the whole thing. And I was like, I'm your girl, I've got a moving truck, let's go. It was a nightmare. It's really heavy. And it's got a big piece of marble that's original, that has some actual like old writing on it. But that's how we know it's from the 1800s, because it has like a scrawling on it, which is really incredible. We love it. We did secure it to the wall because I started to have nightmares about how this would look if it came on top of me. But anyways, it's incredible. We love it. And it actually serves as our sort of bar for the space. We keep all of our extra hosting stuff in here, you know, drinks, glasses, anything like that. So we love it. I knew that in this big opening, we wanted something that was really sort of like art, but it was a set of pantry doors. So I was like, how do we make this really beautiful? So we found these antique doors from a place, I think it's in Louisiana, called The Bank. And they pull all of these antique doors from all over the country. So we ordered these. Our contractor cut them down to size. They used to be as high as the ceiling. And so this is our pantry, which is just a lot of fun to kind of open up to, you know? It used to be, it's just laundry and groceries. I wallpapered in here. I got these again from the Tobacco Barn in Asheville, and they keep all of our food and snacks for our kids, but that's not very cute. So I put in a lining, like a little sort of historic tinfoil lining back there, so that it kind of just kept it all nice and cute for us. And on this side of our pantry doors, we added our kids' ages throughout the years, because again, we plan to be here until the end of our days. So I was like, this is where you mark the kids, you know, not in a house that you're gonna sell. And what we've started to do is we've started to allow our friends and our guests to add their heights to this. And I think that's really special. It's not something that I had seen everybody do, but just in conversation showing it, it was like, well, let's add grandma. Like, here's Grammy. Let's see how tall she is. You know, we've added my husband and myself and our friends and their kids. So it's just something that kind of adds even more layers to all of it. So that leads us to our owner's bedroom. And this is actually the smaller bedroom of the house, because again, I just like stuff that is smaller and cozy. It speaks to me. And this allowed us to have the view, which my children don't need the view. They don't appreciate it yet. So this allows us to kind of step out onto our deck. One of the first things that I saw, I was actually in Highlands, North Carolina for a wedding, and I was staying at the Highlander Inn, and they had a wallpaper. And before we built this house, I was like, that wallpaper is speaking to me, and I need that wallpaper in my house. So like, I took pictures of it. I added it to the top. It's by Sandberg, and it just kind of brought in, I tried to get like a woodsy river feel. So all of the details kind of lean into that. And I just really love it. A lot of texture. I like the quilting. I think that, you know, really makes it feel like you're in a rural countryside setting. And one of my friends found this in an antique store, and she saw it. And usually friends find things for you and you're like, thanks, but no thanks. And she sent that to me, and I was like, send it now, buy it, I want it, I have to have it for the house. So I really love that. I have a lot of pieces that I feel like are found through stories, and it adds a lot to just the experience for us being in the home as well. As a needle pointer, I like to sort of force a needlepoint to every corner of my house and home. And so I made these little kind of door covers. So a lot of the doors in this house, I just added these two. So because this room, I was thinking about, you know, I love fly fishing and the river is actually right outside of our windows. So I pulled in my little needlepoint, and then I also used these little wooden ducks that I've collected to serve as the door stops for our house. Now, next to that is actually, this is our little cat door, and we needed this to have just as much whimsy as the rest of our house. There you go. So we leave this open because anybody that owns, I would say, a small pet or a cat knows they cannot decide if they want to be in bed with you, if they want to be out loose having adventures. So we kind of force little pockets for our cats to fit into the home really beautifully. And that's one that we love because I think it matches the rest of the house. This is our bathroom, and one of the things I loved, I feel like I watched, it was probably maybe it was a romance book, but it was just somebody in a tub in Scotland is all I remembered. And so I was like, I need that. I want that. So we did the wall with the same stone that we had, and I added a little like wood topper so it felt a little bit more historic. And I actually added in these grates. Those are aftermarket. I looked into adding them to the windows when I purchased. and it was literally insane. So I was like, I can find these to go after. So we ordered these after we've added them in, and they'll last. They're made of a PVC sort of plastic, so they're really good. They've been good to go. We've had them for years. And if you ever get tired of them, you can just pop those suckers out. These windows I love because they are crank windows. So in the kitchen, the living room, and in our bathroom, I specifically was like, I want crank windows. I want the experience of like rolling down the car window to feel like I'm part of, I don't know, the outside is being brought in. So these windows will kind of crank open, and it's a really beautiful experience for somebody enjoying the bath. And it just felt like, I don't know, like every woman's dream of a spa day. And that's really what I was going for, which I feel like is maybe what all women are going for when we design a bathroom. So one of the things that I wanted, because again, I'm trying to pull in as many secondhand things for character, but also just for the ethos of allowing reuse to be a big part of the values that we have in our home. We actually found another Facebook find, a vintage dresser. So we had that sort of retrofitted, and I designed this countertop. We brought in some of the rock that we have on the wall. So that way it all came together. Again, it was really important to me that the home didn't feel like it was just built. So anything that I could do to add character, including the unlacquered brass, I wanted the stuff in this house to age. I wanted it to kind of develop its own personality, its own story. And so I did that on purpose. And that's also why we brought in so many of the secondhand items, because I think making a brand new home feel like maybe you could convince somebody it's been there for 100 years. That was part of the process for that. The design of the house is actually based on a plan by Our Town, and what was really important to me when I found those is that all of those plans were based on historical precedent. And coming from my background, this was vital. Like, I didn't want it to feel modern. So somebody who based their designs and the architecture that they were creating around historical precedent, it was something that I really valued. And so I found a plan I loved, and I worked with them to kind of adjust size and mix and match and do these sorts of things. And so it really kind of it became its own thing and being. I don't know that it's a particular architectural style, but one of the important things is actually, I would say, the bark siding that is outside. And for me, that is the most influential part of the design, because bark siding was actually created just down the street in Linville, and it was popularized there, and that's where actually it was produced and we got for our home. So coming from my background as a historian, it was really important to me that the house felt like it used materials from the area. So all of that, it's kind of pulling in, Appalachian notes and Southern notes, and it's just becoming its own modern version that has sort of historical inspiration from it. My favorite part about the house, the thing that kind of draws me back no matter the time of year, the thing that made me instantly say we have to change everything to buy it, would absolutely have to be the view. The view, I think, is really unmatched in a lot of the public spheres. Like, I see views like that at national parks, but for it to be something that we get to raise our children with that as the background, I feel like I could live in a tent at this lot and it would still be just as wonderful as an experience, because the view is just so captivating. Okay, so I'm gonna lead you to our secondary bedroom. A lot of time our guests will stay in here. This is also the room that our girls are in together. I really wanted them to be able to be in a space together, the two of them, so they can bond and create that connection. So in this space, I was really sort of drawn to the eclectic bed and breakfasts in like Ireland and England. And I'd stayed there for our honeymoon, my husband and I just loved that there really weren't any rules. It was just kind of the person there loved something and they leaned into it. And so in this room, I felt like we had this angle to the ceiling because of the edge of the roof. And I was like, how do I incorporate it and not just have this funny looking ceiling? And so I brought in this sort of canopy, and I actually looked all over for different fabrics. I was like, I will spend what I need to make this the most beautiful canopy. And I actually found these on Amazon. So that saved me a lot. I was very grateful for that. So these are just Amazon curtains. I mean, I feel like they were $30 a piece or something like that. And what we did is we actually just put a curtain rod attached to the ceiling and a curtain rod in the back. So this right here is it's a set of curtains, and then this is a set of curtains, and it just tucks back there. And we kind of, I think they might be like pinned to the wall so that it kind of stays. But it was a really, honestly, affordable way to have a big impact in this room that allowed it to add a lot of, I don't know, it felt like almost like nostalgia for a childhood I didn't have, but I wanted to give my children. So that's the big sort of visual we had in the room. And because I had, you know, all of these repeating lines, we had the chair and the blinds and the plaid, I really wanted a floral wallpaper. So I found this wallpaper through House of Hackney, and it brought in all of the colors of our house. I just loved it so much, so I was sold on it. We really kind of created the room around it, and it's a lot of fun. So this piece of art I found online, actually. It was an online seller of all different antique art. I believe she's actually on Etsy. And the moment that I saw it, I thought it looked exactly like my daughter's grandfather. I was like, that's him. Like, this has got to be the guy. And it was not. But because it looks so much like Granddad, I said, I really want to have this in the home. So I bought it. And the historian in me was like, I got to know who this guy was. I got to make sure he was like on the up and up. We don't want to have a picture of somebody in our house that doesn't align with our value system. So I looked into his background and who he was. And as far as I can tell, I don't want to know in the comments if this is not true because he's in the bedroom now. But this is Robert Baden-Powell, and he was the creator of the Boy Scouts of America. And the further that I looked into him, he just had so many sort of fun stories, and I think it's fun. And so I kind of have added little nods to his storyline to bring him in. Even though it's not Grandpa, we give this guy a little recognition in this room. To learn a little bit more about him, I found this book online, which was, I was like, okay, this is definitely the guy. Like, we've matched them up. And so I ordered this from a bookseller online, and it came in, and honestly, I haven't read through much of it, but when I opened the book, this is kind of wild. There was this newspaper article in here, and I'm like, what is this? Like, we don't see this in our books today. Like, there's not newspaper articles falling out of the novels that we get from Barnes & Noble. So this little piece of newspaper has what I love, what we call drama and content. And this story, it says the Chief Scout's love for a girl half his age. And the moment I opened this up, I was like, oh, I love it. I love layers. So this newspaper article is really incredible. I didn't know anything about this guy, and it adds so much to it. Okay, Sir Robert Baden-Powell, the 55-year-old founder of the worldwide Boy Scout movement, had always instructed his followers to be prepared, but when he met 23-year-old Olav Soames on a cruise to the Caribbean, he himself was taken unawares. And this article actually goes into the experience of that he had never experienced more than a chaste kiss on his cheek, but something happened during the romantic sea voyage, and he fell for this woman 32 years younger than him. One of the really cool parts about this, I know we're hearing this story and we're like, okay, 32 years younger, I don't know if that should be included on the Homeworthy byline. But the end of this, it says in her autobiography, so many, many years later, this was written in the early 70s, many years later in her autobiography, Window of My Heart, she, who is now 84, when this was written in the 70s, said that they were helplessly, deliciously, ecstatically in love, though she still has no idea what he saw in her. I was like, girlfriend, I'll tell you what he saw in you. So I don't know. I think it's so fun. And because this room, you know, a lot of times when our guests come over, we allow them to stay in this room and our girls go up into the loft. And I don't know if any guests have kind of stumbled on this, but I leave this book here with the newspaper article just in the hopes that maybe one of our friends and family find their way to learning a little bit more about something in here. So that's fun. When we were changing the architectural layout of the house, originally this was the main bedroom and that was the secondary, and I wanted to create a hallway. So we opened up this big space, and I also said, I really need to be able to have indoor access to our basement. So the original plans did not have that. So I had to be creative as we were sitting down with the team of how do we access, what do we do? And so I came up with what I think is a really fun idea. So the drama of this, the door does open all the way, usually. Wait a second. Okay, there we go. All right, let me show you the fun place in the house. So as a wedding photographer in all of these beautiful weddings all over the world, all over the country, I'm always there with my camera. And so the camera really becomes, it's part of my work life. And so it's important to me to not lose sight of capturing my own family and our own loved ones. So this whole hallway, it took me forever because I was kind of like a florist with no flowers in her house, you know, a cobbler with shoes that need to be repaired. I didn't have a lot of photos on my walls, and so this was the space that I really wanted to highlight it. So as you come down the stairs, we have our moniker in the back that says, "These are the good old days," which is such a good reminder. And I have all of these photos that are so intentional. Most of them were shot on film throughout really my children's childhood and my life. And I think it's a really fun sort of transition for our guests to get a little peek into who we are. So as you come downstairs, I have this little piece. I found it at a local antique store in Burnsville, North Carolina. And something that always reminds me of this period in our lives is we actually bought this on the evening of September 26, 2024, which was the night before Hurricane Helene hit Burnsville. So the antique store that we bought this from was completely washed away within a matter of hours after that. And it's just something, I love the piece anyways. I thought it was really fun. Tables for ladies. I always try to bring in a little matriarchy to this very patriotic basement. But looking at it, it's just such a reminder of how anything can change at any time. And I think about, you know, this would have been downriver somewhere the next day, but instead it's here, it's in our home. And it always reminds me of just the resilience of the community and all of the experiences that we had through the process of the hurricane. In our basement, my father was a lifetime soldier. I come from a long line of men that served their country, and, you know, getting my master's degree in history, I really wanted something that had sort of a Ralph Lauren patriotic aesthetic, but in a way that was really sort of sophisticated and comfortable. So I was able to do this basement in a way that I maybe wouldn't necessarily do my regular home space, but I was able to put all of my family's, my grandfather's, my father's awards and recognitions, and just have them on a display in a way that felt like it was honoring them, but really kind of added a lot to the space itself. So this we found in just some of the family documents as we were looking through things. I will not expand on anything. I will just simply read the first line of what this says. And I won't say his name, but it says, "Dear Mr. Blank, as a result of a review of your application for employment, I am pleased to inform you that you have been selected for a position in this agency. And the agency that sent him this is the Central Intelligence Agency in Washington, D.C. So we found that after he gone, and I got a lot more questions now. So, but I love it. And again, I like to put these little pockets of interesting tidbits that I just hope people kind of stumble upon in their experience when they're in our home. So in this space, this is going to be kind of our primary movie watching space. I am a huge football NFL fan, more than anybody else in my family. And so I was like, football games need to be here. I want it to feel fun and, you know, just like you can be loud. And one of the things that I really wanted as I kind of leaned into, you know, Ralph Lauren and sports memorabilia is I wanted couches, and my expectation that I was looking for, I wanted couches that felt like an old baseball glove. I wanted to just sink into them and not really worry too much about being precious about anything really in this space. I wanted us to be free in here. So I found these couches, again, on my favorite designer website, Facebook Marketplace. And the moment I saw them, they were not, the setting that they were in was not ideal, but I said, this is it. I have a vision. They are the most comfortable couches I have ever sat in my life. I challenge anybody to find a more comfortable couch. I'm obsessed. probably my favorite space. My favorite thing in this entire space are these 2 couches, and I think they fit the moniker of old baseball glove absolutely perfectly. So one of the things that this space needed to do, because I am always editing and working, is I needed an office space that felt like it fit in the entire room. So I created this. I wanted this whole space to kind of feel like a little bit military. So I brought in the iron beds, I brought in the wool ends, all of these little details just to speak to it, and then I can sit at my desk and manage everything that I need to manage when I'm working here. Another thing that I found is I found this suitcase, I guess it was for travel, and I saw it in the antique store. It was sitting up like this, and I said, that looks like a good basement bar. So I brought it in, we've set it up with some of our stuff, and I think it's just really fun. We absolutely do use it. We kind of make this space our own speakeasy, as we like to call it. We also have a few antique firearm replicas that my dad actually made. So they're very special to us. They are non-functioning though, so they are completely safe to have around our kids. So because my kids are going to be spending a lot of time in this space, my favorite thing to yell at them is, go to the basement! I needed this to be very child friendly. So we added this. This is an antique pinball machine. It's 100 years old, and I thought it was a lot of fun. It still functions. All of our house guests, we kind of add to this as we go. So all of these different names are people that have stayed there. Nobody will ever beat me. I have a special trick. I've learned the tricks. So I will remain at the top forever. This is amazing. We love it. The kids use it a lot, and it doesn't have a lot of the bright lights and flashy things. I didn't want this home to kind of pull that in. This just has a lot of metal sounds, and then you cheer, and that's great. This we brought in, I thought it was a lot of fun for guests. So we actually have things like toothbrushes, snacks. Everybody just loves a vending machine. I thought treat thyself was a very good sort of lean into making a vending machine cute. I added this little cornice on top. All of this is really just like a wood tape. I mean, vending machines they're limited on what you can do, honestly, unless you make your own. And we actually have a little bucket of change. So depending on how much we like the guests, we tell them where the bucket of change is. And if we don't like them so much, they can use their own money, and then we can make back some of the funds that we need to replace the snacks they eat. Okay, so because the rest of the house, I have to kind of keep it a vibe and aesthetic, and I have all these sort of limitations I put on myself, I needed a space where I could be free to be me. And this is also a space that I force my guests to see because it's on the way to the bathroom in the basement. But I have to show you, as a huge Carolina Panthers football fan, this is my little domain. My husband has nothing to do with this. He does not really care about them. I am obsessed, and I force all of my guests to see my goodies, to check it out, to become a fan themselves, and maybe they'll cheer with me on the couch. Throughout the basement, because a lot of times guests are staying down in here, I want things to be really functional. So we've added all of these these are all faux fur, by the way. We try really hard. We don't like to have anything with actual animal materials for the most part. So this is here for our guests to use should they get a little chilly. Same goes with our faux rug. Just kind of brings it together, adds a little warmth for a concrete floor. I think home for me is really so much about the feeling when you walk in the door. It's not to me as much about, the name brands of the furniture that I have, but does it feel like it's welcoming? Does it feel like my guests are gonna light up because there's so much whimsy and personality just kind of coming out of every corner of this house? Is it something that reflects us? And I think that's what home really is it has to be a reflection of the people that live within it. And if not, it's just a house, it's a vacation, it's a trip. But for us, this home is something we plan to retire here, and we plan to grow old, and so that to me, this house itself, if I looked up in my personal dictionary, it would just be this space. All right, Homeworthy, it has been so fun to show you around my house, but I've got a wedding to get to.
Today we're in Tennessee, in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains, where content creators Matt Armato and Beau Ciolino have crafted a storybook escape they call the Chanterelle Cottage. Rooted in the surrounding woods, the home leans into a quiet fairy tale sensibility, vintage finds, cross-stitch details, and handmade touches that feel thoughtfully gathered over time.
I think Matt and I both really appreciate little quirks and personality that come through, and one of my favorite finds for this room was these ducks or geese, these brass geese, I think they're geese. This is my favorite because this is what they look like when they're screaming, and I just think that's very funny. A little screaming goose just sitting here watching you while you watch TV.
From the Chanterelle yellow kitchen with custom Delft-style tiles to the wallpapered attic bedroom tucked among the trees, each space is cozy and whimsical, an invitation to slow down and settle in.
My favorite part of the kitchen is the tile backsplash. These are a Delft-style tile, which are these blue illustrations on certain random tiles, and these are just some of the like flora and fauna, animals, mushrooms, plants that you can find around the property. And I love how the blue plays with the yellow, and it just is really something that like kind of hits you with the whimsy that we're trying to achieve with this entire cottage.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Beau.
And I'm Matt. Welcome to the Chanterelle cottage. Come on in, can't wait to show you around.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
I'm Matt Armato. I'm a writer and content creator.
And I'm Beau Ciolino. I'm a content creator and designer, and welcome to the Chanterelle cottage. Matt and I designed and built together in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains. We fell in love with this area on a trip many years ago, and it's just got so much access to nature, and it's so peaceful, and creating a home here for guests to experience that peace was top of mind and a priority for us, and we did it. This was not a home at all, actually. This was a garage on a property that has another home that we had bought. And so when we first bought this property, it's about 9 acres, we looked at the 2-car garage that was already here and that we never used, and we were like, well, that would be a good spot for it. So we started with basically nothing. It was just an old garage from the 90s.
Beau and I are both born and raised city boys, and moving out here to the country, I think both of us found a lot of kind of personal growth and healing in the natural world sort of surrounding us. And so our inspiration for the Chanterelle cottage was for it to be a woodsy sort of fairy tale cottage. We wanted it to feel like a grandmother toad like lived here and was making a potion, or maybe it's a soup. And that was kind of like the driving design direction. We wanted an element of sort of like fanciful, like cottagecore magic here.
Welcome to the kitchen in the Chanterelle cottage. I'm gonna let Matt take it from here because you did a lot of this work in the kitchen.
I sure did. Me and this kitchen know each other so very well. The cottage is called the Chanterelle cottage, which is a type of mushroom that if you know them, you know that they are a bright yellow color. So it was really important for us to kind of pay homage to that. So we brought a bright yellow color to these cabinets, which are cabinets that actually existed on the property before, and we sort of retrofitted them in order to work in this smaller space. I'm really happy with how they came out. I had never built cabinets before. I'm pretty proud of my work, and we topped it off with this beautiful like butcher block. The sink is from Rejuvenation, and the chrome faucet as well. My favorite part of the kitchen is the tile backsplash. These are a Delft-style tile, which are these blue illustrations on certain random tiles, and these are just some of the like flora and fauna, animals, mushrooms, plants that you can find around the property. And I love how the blue plays with the yellow, and it just is really something that like kind of hits you with the whimsy that we're trying to achieve with this entire cottage. And so I'm really, really happy with how that came out as well.
We set everything up nice and simple and used some luxury appliances from Fisher and Paykel for things like this really convenient dish drawer that doesn't take up much space, and this nice sleek fridge and the range oven. Everything is like very nice and easy to use, and still looks very cottagey and whimsical. So I think we accomplished our goal there.
Yeah, I think so too.
So the door was a day one splurge of mine. I had the door picked out before I had made pretty much any other decision on the cottage. I knew it had to be a moment that really set the, comfort and whimsy that I wanted guests to experience here. So this was definitely a splurge, but worth it. And I really do think that it's the first thing guests see and it makes a real impact. From the exterior, it makes it feel like you're going into this little wooded hut, this little like cabin in the woods. And from inside, it just feels very clean and beautiful. I wanted the vestibule to match the overall shape of the door to just add to that impact. And I'm really happy that we had our contractor do that. I'm so happy with how it came out.
A lot of the art choices in this space were inspired by kind of like pastoral themes, and a lot of it is very handmade, and like a lot of cross stitch is in here. We really wanted to drive home that like cottagey, grandma-y, handmade feel in here. And so this is a piece that I actually purchased at a thrift store, which I love finding art at thrift stores. And there was a period of time where I was buying every single framed cross stitch piece that I found. And I love this one so much. I like that it's got the yellow that calls back to the yellow cabinets. But then this beautiful rust color, it just really kind of like drives home that it's farmhousey, it's cottagey. We're out in the country, we're out in the woods. So I love this piece. I also will take you over here to this antique trivet, which is functional. You can take it off this hook and use it for any hot plates. But I just love these are some pears and acorns. And we've got pear trees here on the property and so many acorns. I step on them all the time because I walk around barefoot. And I just love all these little like antique, vintage, like I said, kind of grandma-y type of items. And so we've got things like that all throughout, like in almost every corner of this cottage.
My favorite part of the cottage is definitely the kitchen. I love the bright yellow cabinetry. I love the Delft-inspired tile backsplash. It's got all of these flora and fauna from all over the property. And I just think it's the perfect whimsical room that sort of encapsulates the vibe of the entire space.
The tile is definitely one of my favorite parts of the entire home as well. And we actually found a maker on Etsy who does custom Delft style tiles. And so we just went through what are the animals and plants that we see on this property all the time. There are chipmunks, and we have runner ducks, and there's blackberries and wild turkeys.
And chanterelles.
And so we had her do a mock-up, and within a week or two, she had them to us. And then Matt actually installed that backsplash himself and did a really great job with it.
Thanks.
So this is the living room. I love this space as well. It's very fun to hang out here. We have a television, we have a little desk area over there, a very comfortable couch that pulls out to a full-size bed. And it's just a cozy gathering spot. A lot of the art in here is, again, like hand-selected, lots of cross-stitch, lots of old prints. We have this triptych of birds. I think it's a cardinal, a blue jay. I'm not sure who she is. Maybe that's a robin. No, I don't think so. I don't know. But it's a cute bird. And this simple little coffee table is actually made from an old stand from a different piece. And then I cut just a simple sheet of plywood and gave it a really light stain and seal to make it kind of fit the vibe of this room, which is like wooden, handmade.
Yeah, it's I think Matt and I both really appreciate little quirks and personality that come through, and one of my favorite finds for this room was these ducks or geese, these brass geese, I think they're geese. This is my favorite because this is what they look like when they're screaming, and I just think that's very funny. A little screaming goose just sitting here watching you while you watch TV. So Matt and I both found a few of these pieces, and again, all of this was sourced from local consignment stores. This is a really fun pencil sketch of bunnies. We have a lot of bunnies here, especially in the spring. And I love this piece because it's a little bit meta. One of the bunnies is drawn onto a fake mat and is coming out of the piece itself, which is just really weird, and I think it's really cute and fun, and the colors are great. And then I don't know what these guys are up to, but I like whatever's going on. And then there's more cross stitch over here. This one's a little bit more refined, and then this one is very, very, very handmade. There's a note on the back. It was made for somebody in the 70s, I believe. And I kind of like that it's a little bit more undone than the other pieces.
So this was, my mom knew that I was on, again, I'll refer to my cross-stitch journey, and she found this at a consignment store in New Orleans, and she sent me a picture of it, and I was just like, I love it. I love the imperfections of it, that it seems unfinished. There are spots that are not filled in. It is clearly done by somebody who is doing this just as a hobby. I love the yellowing age on it. And then if you turn it over, there's a note that says embroidery done by Minnie Claire Campbell I can't say her name, Scrimsler, about 1943. Frame made by her husband, Floyd Scrimshire. And I love that. I don't know who these people are, but I love their story. I love that they are a part of our story now. And I just think it's so, so sweet. Over in the dining area, we have, again, more vintage finds. This table and these chairs are all vintage finds. And we intentionally mismatched the chairs. We didn't want to have a matching set. I am obsessed with things being mismatched. It just feels so raw and collected, and so I love this collection of chairs that we've accumulated. And then over here is just a simple little console table that houses a bunch of this is Wi-Fi and stuff, but we also have up here, this is one of my favorite things that we decided to include, a picnic basket. It is so adorable. It comes with everything you need. It's got wine glasses, it's got forks, knives, plates, salt and pepper shakers. Look at these salt and pepper shakers. Let me see if I can get them out. They're in this little leather holder, and they just are right here like that. It's got a wine opener. I just couldn't pass this up, especially because a lot of the draw of this place, as we imagined, is enjoying the land, enjoying the property and the natural beauty of this place.
Yeah, and the property itself is on 9 acres. There's a huge meadow that you can go stargaze at. Great for picnics, and the entire property borders the national forest, so it's super peaceful. This is my second favorite exterior door of this home.
Of two.
And I knew I couldn't, it would be psychotic for me to do another arched door, but I wanted it to have a lot of personality and still feel charming. So after a trip to Saugerties in upstate New York that Matt and I had in 2023, I had the inspiration to do a Dutch door. We had stayed in a rental that had a Dutch door, and it was just such a fun feature. And the hot tub and dining are outside here as well, so you can talk to your friend in the hot tub or pass plates back and forth by just opening the top portion of the door. Just another fun, kind of thoughtful design feature that I think really fits what we were going for with this home.
These sconces over here are also from Rejuvenation. The shades, though, they were an online purchase that we wanted to have something a little bit more than just your plain shade, and so we went with this kind of like red gingham pattern. I love a pop of color, a pop of pattern to kind of like break everything up. So we went with those. I'm so happy with how they look. Yeah, they're just like really beautiful. We love a sconce. We have
one thing about us is we're going to use sconces.
Yeah, we've got so many sconces in this property and I think every project that we've done.
Yeah.
Love a low lighting. I'm kind of like allergic to above head lighting.
Yes.
I love a lamp, love a sconce, that warm sort of like lighting that doesn't light you from above. Is just like so key.
We kind of went back and forth on this, and I'm glad we did it, but the ceilings in here are relatively low. I mean, they're an 8-ish foot ceiling, and we had added all these exposed beams, and originally they weren't here, and it just felt like a little bit white boxy, and I wrestled with the beams though because I didn't want to lower the ceiling height too much, but it was so interesting what actually happened once we had the beams in here. The ceiling suddenly felt, if anything, taller. It kind of like just added the perfect amount of contrast to bring your eye up at the right amount, and I'm really happy we did that. So sometimes adding more can actually make a space feel more open, and I'm really, really glad we did that. So now we're gonna show you upstairs. Very important to note, we call the upstairs like the attic bedroom because it's very low ceilings, and we wanted folks to expect that, so it feels like an attic, but in this super cozy way, and the design's on point with the rest of the house. It's very chic and cottagey, but we had to get really creative with how to use this space. Matt was really adamant on adding in proper stairs in this home. I originally was like, let's throw a ladder in there, they're good. Stairs were the right call, thank you for that. So let's go look at the staircase.
Yeah, I just feel like having a white ceiling in here would feel so unfinished. I also think that it would make the space feel smaller than it is. You know, we're pretty tight in here. But I love this staircase, and it's so strange to me to like, or it's not strange to me. I think it's strange to other people to like focus so much on these like liminal spaces, but I love to take an opportunity to surprise people by like going all out in the design of this kind of transition space of a staircase. We covered it in this beautiful blue color by Farrow and Ball, and then we also added more art on the walls, and then this beautiful runner from Rejuvenation that Beau picked out and I installed, which it is very difficult to figure out the math of like a turn here, but I think it worked out.
Yeah, we both had our own journeys and ego deaths in this staircase. Me first with painting it. It is so tight. So I was in here and I was painting the stairs and the walls and the ceiling, and it just took me almost 2 days to do all of it because there was so many different angles to work with. And then once I was done with that, Matt had his moment in here with the runner, and just making these. It's actually 3 different runners that Matt custom fit for the entire space and added in the rods for. And it was just so funny seeing both of us work individually in this space to create this product at the end. And I'm glad we did it, but it took like a week and we were like both zonked after. So, but I love it. It was worth it.
Oh, absolutely. It was worth it. And then my final trial in this staircase was this handrail, which I've done quite a bit of DIY woodworking. This is probably my proudest moment, and it is just, you know, to everybody else it's probably an afterthought, but like the math of these cuts to like get this just right and like measured perfectly was such a challenge, and I'm so proud of how it came out. But yeah, just a little handrail here. I love that.
I knew I wanted like a really show-stopping door, and it's one of the first things everyone comments on when they see the house, and I just love that it had the impact that I was hoping it would have. It's a round top arch door with this really fun 9-pane window. And I think it immediately gives anyone visiting kind of that cottage core, old world aesthetic and vibe. And so I'm really happy that we did that, even though it was maybe a bit of a splurge budget-wise.
One of my favorite design decisions was the choice to wallpaper the entire lofted bedroom. It is just a gorgeous little storybook little bedroom with a beautiful like floral wallpaper all over the walls and ceiling. And I just think that it feels like being in a tree house. There's a beautiful window that looks out to the trees outside, and it's just a cozy, short ceilinged little bedroom. And I don't think that would have been a better way to do it.
That wallpaper is from this really fantastic couple in the UK called, their business is called Divine Savages, and they do a lot of really fun, whimsical, a lot of really beautiful Art Deco wallpaper that we've used in past homes. And this one, I think is called Wildflowers and Weeds, and it really just encapsulates the property, which is kind of overgrown with wildflowers and weeds every spring and summer, so. Welcome to the attic bedroom. So we knew we wanted to do something, again, kind of dramatic in here and to fit with the experience of being in nature and the woods. This wallpaper is Where the Wildflowers Grow by Divine Savages. It comes in a few different colorways. I think there's an ochre, there's like a rainbow option, but
I love the multicolored one. I want to use that in a project in the future.
Yeah.
But this is the green, of course. And most of, this room doesn't really have walls. It's mostly ceiling. It slopes down to a wall on either end of here that's, 2.5 feet high. So it was an obvious decision for us when we decided that we wanted to wallpaper, that we were going to wallpaper the entire thing. And I'm really happy with that decision. The design sort of motivation for this room is that it could be like a kid's room if families came and stayed at the cottage, but obviously fits adults as well, as long as you're not like 7 feet tall. And I think that we really nailed it with this one. I love that it is just so whimsical and fun, and it feels like you're cozy and tucked in. The placement of the bed here is just like so nice to just like hang out and feel really held and warm and cozy.
What more could you want besides being held and warm and cozy? That's all we really want at the end of the day. So,
I also fitted this little area. Again, this is giving like kids' playroom. I added these cabinets built into the wall, and I don't know. When I was young, my dad, every time we went on a vacation, my dad would like tell me these stories about, my name's Matthew, my brother name's Mikey, and he had these stories about UMath and Chemi, and he would always like tell these stories about how UMath and Chemi went on these great adventures. And one or two times he would like have some kind of souvenir hidden in like wherever we were staying, and it would tie into whatever story he had told us that night. And so we would go and find whatever souvenir like tied into that story. And that's kind of, I'm not not saying that everybody does that. I know that that's kind of like a very unique experience, but that's where my head was at putting these like cabinets in here. I'm like, oh, this is where you find little treasures, or books, or you could store clothes in here.
Or you could leave some cash behind if you wanted to. Anything is welcome, yeah.
The bed in here obviously is very low, which is necessary for the height of the ceiling. And so I wanted to find some nightstands that, kind of just like worked functionally for the height. I think that these are great. These are actually designed to be footstools, because that's the height that they are. But I think that they work perfectly as nightstands. And I love these matching lamps that we added. Some more gingham in the lampshades, but these are green, sort of tying back into the green theme of this room. And yeah, it's just a nice little functional place to put your, glass of water, your phone, whatever book you're reading. This bed also is, you can't even really see the bed itself, but I built this bed, which is just, very simple. It's just a box. And these are just 4 boards, matched together, and a mattress kind of sitting inside it on some slats. But I'm really happy with how that came out as well.
One of my favorite parts of this room is that it looks out onto the trees over here, and you can crank these windows open to get a really nice view of the woods, which, when it's nice weather, I just thought would be a really nice touch. So letting the outside in was a big part in this design for the entire house.
And then over on this corner of the room, when we're dealing with such tight spaces, you really can't leave, you can't waste any space. So we have a tiny little closet type area with a mirror over here, and a small rack to hang any clothes in this corner. And this is the section that leads into, believe it or not, we fit a bathroom up in the attic bedroom. So I will open this door and show you that as well.
Again, in this space, I wanted some custom tile layout for the shower, but it was actually Matt who came and decided that we needed to have a marble bench because it is so low that we wanted folks to be able to sit if they prefer to sit and shower with the hand shower, and it's a great touch. So I'm really happy with how these tiles came out, and the bench makes a lot of sense. And also you can just sit here and have a steam shower and watch the property and see the trees.
And then the only other thing I'll say about this bathroom is that I kind of wanted to have a bookend in the house. If you kind of I envision this space as kind of a spiral. Like we walked into the kitchen, then we turned around into the living room, went up the stairs, and now we're in the attic bedroom. And calling back to the Chanterelle yellow of the kitchen cabinets, we went with another bright yellow in here just to kind of bookend that Chanterelle theme, which is, so nerdy of me, but I love it. We have this vintage small little mirror. Again, everything in here is very tiny, and I think appropriately so. Even this hanging European style toilet from Swiss Madison is, this was the only toilet that could fit in this space. We had to go with something that had a tank hidden inside the wall so that it wouldn't take up any more space. And it's perfect. It works wonderfully in here.
I think that one thing that Matt and I have both really always focused on with our design is how gathering will happen in a home. Community is really important to both of us. We both have big families and love our friends. And so I think having a home set up to create those memories together, usually around food, of course, but even just nice outdoor dining is so important. And ultimately, I think the entire purpose for me, maybe you as well, of having a well-designed home is to have the people you love most enjoy it with you.
Yeah, I think what gives a home a soul is just a large, eclectic collection of objects. I love walking into a home and getting a sense of your life story. And that's something that you really can't be faked. People try, but I don't think that you really can fake that. I think that a beautiful, a perfect home is collected over years and years with many different adorable objects.
Welcome to the primary suite in the Chanterelle cottage. My favorite aspect of this room is the paint color. It is Sulking Room Pink by Farrow & Ball. It's a color Matt and I have actually tried to use in 4 other projects in the past, and we've never had the right space where it felt correct. And so I was ecstatic when this room just made so much sense for it. It's like kind of a muddy pink. It's romantic and sexy, but almost neutral in a way as well. And I just wanted to drench the entire room in it. So that's exactly what I did. We added in the paneling on the walls with this little ledge for some art, just to give it that even cozier charm. I wanted a lot of texture in this entire house, from wood paneling and beadboard and exposed beams. That was really important to help create a space that felt very collected and very enriched, even though we did do all of this in a very short amount of time all at once.
Yeah, I absolutely love this color. Like Beau said, we've tried to use it several times and it just never worked. I think it really, really works in here, and I'm glad that we were able to finally pull it off. And I love how the colors are, I love the accent colors of just this mustard throw pillow, the green quilt. I also am obsessed with these curtains, which it came in the main house of the property. These were there and they just like worked so well in here. And so, you know, why buy new when you've got something already that's working? They have this kind of like, I don't know if you would call this tropical. It looks like wheat to me, which again is like playing into that pastoral aspect. But I love that the green tones and the tan tones play against this like muddy pink, like Beau was saying. And then over here, I am kind of obsessed with the functionality of these like bedside sconces with a switch right here.
The sconces feel so timeless, but also really modern. And I love the brass color against the sulking room pink. And it's unlacquered brass, so over time, hopefully they'll get a little aged and less shiny, but I love them as they are now as well.
Also, the bed itself was a vintage antique find that Beau purchased, and the stain was kind of worn, and we weren't sure exactly how the natural wood was going to play in here, especially since we already had the natural wood nightstands and then the armoire, which I'll show you in a second. So he sanded it down and gave it this really, really beautiful like cream color. And I love how it pops out against the pink. It's just like a gorgeous bed. And also very comfortable. I've spent a night or two in here and it's the best sleep I've ever gotten. It's so comfy.
One of the things that I often do when it comes to decorating and design is to try and give little stories to all the different pieces. And I got this bed off Facebook Marketplace, but in my head, it's like been in my family forever and just needed a fresh coat of paint to make it really pop in this space. And I'm super happy with how it came out. So this art piece just came from a consignment store locally. I thought it was really fun and whimsical and like also kind of witchy. I don't know why. To me, the bunnies are just like a little bit like mystical, and that felt very appropriate for this space. And kind of keeping in line with things feeling very like collected and settled, we went with putting the art just on the ledge, simply just sat there instead of doing a complicated gallery wall or anything, because we really wanted this to just feel like someone's personal home that has nice pieces, but not overly done or too polished, since there are other elements in the home that are overly done and very polished. So it felt like a nice balance.
Yeah, and then these pieces over here are more cross stitch. I just love these like Victorian outfits. I'm not sure, I'm not a fashion historian, but I think they're so cute. And I like that it's a diptych, but they're obviously like in conversation with each other. They're like bowing to each other and they're about to dance. So I just think that's such a beautiful like pair of pieces, and I couldn't pass it up. Again, this was in my cross stitch massive buying era, but they found a really good home here, and I'm really happy that they could, sit here. This armoire was another antique purchase. I love this so much. It has great storage. We keep all of our linens for the pull-out bed in here. But there's also some hangers in case anybody needs to hang anything up, hair dryer, tiny little mirror. But I love this piece and it fits perfectly in this little corner. And I just think that it adds to, you know, what we've been saying, just the effect of it feeling like this is a place that has been sort of collected over many decades rather than redone in the time frame that we did it in, which was like 12 to 18 months. And I think that buying vintage things and collecting sort of like eclectic pieces that are not necessarily matching, they're coming from different places, they have different stories. I think that that is my sort of like driving philosophy whenever I'm designing a space. I want a place to look like it sort of happened organically, like it sprouted up from the ground like a Chanterelle, this being the Chanterelle cottage. And I couldn't be happier with this piece.
One other really interesting part of this project, I think we talked about this in the sit-down interview, was that this was originally a 2-car garage. So the original footprint of this entire building was a 24 by 24 foot square pad with a 2-car garage on it. And actually everything from where Matt and I are standing and back towards the bed is the only addition besides the entry vestibule. So originally it was just this square, and we did 2 additions to make it look more like to make it an actual home, not just to make it look like one. And I'm glad we did, because it needed just that extra square footage to make it all flow as a functional 2-bedroom home. I always pull design inspiration from the context of the place that I'm designing the house in. So this home here in the mountains of East Tennessee, it feels like a quaint country cottage. And I think context is really important. A home certainly can be used to transport you elsewhere, but I think having it root you where you are is actually much more important.
I'm inspired a lot by just like literature, fiction in particularly. I love designing a home with like a character in mind who either I've made up myself or is like from one of my favorite books. And I like just sort of like rooting them in a place that feels like theirs.
Welcome to the primary bathroom. This is one of my favorite spaces. Before we had opened it up as a rental, Matt and I both had taken many baths in this tub just to make sure it was good. And it is. It's a solid stone tub, and it's super deep. We're both from New Orleans and are used to very shallow old clawfoot tubs, so this really felt like a nice piece of luxury.
Yeah, I never knew that I needed a stone tub, but I do. It is the feeling of like stone versus porcelain is, I don't know, it's subtle, but so important. It feels so good just to like sit in. And what I love about this space is that, so we have these curtains that are kind of like stage curtains. I love that. But this separates the shower area. We have 2 shower heads in here. There's this waterfall shower head above the tub. And then there's also another over here. And it's just like it's a gorgeous, just like peaceful place to relax and take a bath, take a shower. I mean, it's big enough to, if you had a big dog, you could give a dog a bath in here.
That's an idea for you.
Yeah.
There was I think a lot of folks were like, why did you put because I made the decision to put a shower head over the tub, and it's very specific to my lived experience, which is when I finish taking a bath and if it's like chilly out and I want to stay really cozy, but I want to like rinse off after, I don't want to like move over into the shower part. I want to just like keep the warmth going. So actually while it's draining, you can like turn on this shower head and like stay warm while you rinse off and do your like post bath shower, and then grab your towel and you're good. So I stand by this decision, even though it has caused some confusion for viewers online. Because this space was a garage at first, this room didn't exist. It was just all open. None of the walls existed on the inside of this home. So we would just use this space for our vehicles, and my lawnmower was parked here. And when we decided on the layout, this made the most sense for the bathroom. And then kind of adding to that timeless design direction, I just wanted to go classic subway, black and white. I laid out these tiles myself on the floor and did a custom design. I just thought it would be a really nice touch. Our tile contractor definitely does not like me anymore, but win some, lose some, and I'm really happy with how it all came out.
I didn't really grow up building as like a kid, but as we started becoming adults and like having our own places, like I think that Beau and I are both very particular about how a place looks, but also very frugal. And so we were like, we need to make this ourselves. Like we don't have the budget to hire like an interior designer. So we learned how to be interior designers. Like that was kind of how that went.
So this is a cast iron utility sink. I wanted it to be something that felt a little bit older, and I love this piece that has the soap holder on it. It kind of fits the whole function and beauty, and Matt actually found this antique mirror at a vintage store, right,
yes.
in town? Mm-hmm. And one thing we did when we actually designed this space is these wall sconces originally had these like really nice glass shades, but they were kind of modern for us anyway, and one of them shattered and we were thinking about replacing it, but then Matt found these half constructed lamp shades that fit perfectly and feel more in line with the aesthetic of this space. So I'm really happy with them.
Yeah, I mean, I love these lights, and I would have loved to use them as they were in a different space, but they did kind of bring this room into too clean and modern of a vibe. And so secretly, I'm happy that one of them broke, because this, I think, is way more the vibe. This is kind of like what we've been talking about. These feel like they've been here for forever. They feel aged. They feel lived in. It feels like you're walking into a home.
To me, home is all about comfort. Home means safety and peace and calm.
Not to trauma dump, but I think for both of us, we're both like Katrina kids and lost our homes in the Hurricane Katrina. And I think that home really represents, for me especially, stability and like the ability to foster and grow a life.